Good morning, everyone. We will be starting in the next 10 minutes to facilitate those of us who are still coming in. So let's hang on with us for those who want to grab a snack or something to eat. Delicious. We can do so before we start. So thank you guys. We'll be starting soon. Good morning, Tamoy. Good morning, everyone. It's 10 o'clock. We are about to begin. Good morning, guys. My name is John Davy. I am one of the coordinators for the NJF Marathon Initiative. I'm also the Chief Communications Officer, so I've been communicating with a few of you over the past few weeks. Thank you all so much for coming out in your numbers. All right. Would you like to introduce yourself, Mr. Rowan?
All right. All right, guys. So I am Rowan Small, and like John, I'm one of the coordinators for the marathon, and I am the Region 6 coordinator. And we're both delighted to be here with you guys, and we hope that you guys are going to thoroughly enjoy the session. I know that we will, but we want the same energy as I said in the WhatsApp group. I know that you guys will bring the same energy. So let's just have fun. Let's just keep entertained and let's learn a lot. All right, guys. So I'm going to hand that over to Jana. Jana?
All right, thank you so much. Okay, to kick things off, we're going to be doing our first giveaway. Freeness. All right, guys. So we love when we set a time and people adhere to it. So we'd like to congratulate Brianna Gordon for coming to our session on time. Girl was on point. She was on the dot early. Thank you so much. Now our second giveaway is a social media giveaway. So the first person, you guys have roughly a minute to do this. So the first person to follow our Instagram page, you'll be receiving a credit giveaway. So I'm monitoring the pages now, guys. I'm monitoring the page. So the first person to follow, from 1 minute to do so. Anytime.
I have already followed it.
What you saying to me? Who is this? Who is speaking?
Maya.
Pardon?
Maya.
Okay. Thank you. There's also another credit giveaway for us because this just came in. All right, guys. So don't feel away if you don't get anything. No, we have a whole day plus of giveaways. So trust me. But who is? It's Misha. I'm seeing a lot of A's here. So it's Misha. Who is this? Oh, Kimisha Grant. Awesome. Thank you, guys. Okay, so before we begin, let's just say this session is going to be a very interactive session. All right. We know that English is content heavy, so may say it's boring, it's lame, or the works. But this session, we have a lot of vibe check. We have a lot of learning to do. This is going to be jam-packed, okay? So we are giving you the energy, so I expect you guys to give back energy. And at the end of this session, everyone on this call will open their mics at one point, right? So participation comes with rewards as well. So we need to know that we're not talking to a wall, but that we are receptive, we're participating, and we're having fun. Fair enough, right? Okay. Thank you, Tamoy.
All right. All right. So,
Follow now, no do answer me follow. Me do like that. Do like this for us.
all right, guys. So, all right, guys. So before we begin, we're gonna do a quick prayer, and then we can jump into our paper 1 session. Is that okay? As the Tamoy said yes. Or I'm assuming that's from before. I don't know. But probably. Okay. So it's a quick prayer. All right. Oh, yes, that's okay. Everybody's saying it's okay. All right, wonderful. All right, let's go. I see Nicoya joining. So let me admit her quickly and then we can start. All right, good. All right, go ahead quickly. All right, God, we thank you for another day. We thank you for life. We thank you for bringing us, most of us here on time. And for those joining me, just hasten their footsteps. I'm just asking that you guide today's session, let it be interactive, let it be fun, and let everyone come out with that, even if it is a peace. We thank you for NJF. We thank you for all of us here now. I'm just asking that going forward, it'll be awesome and it'll just be interactive and everybody will learn. Just ask that you continue to guide our internet connections because we know how that may stay, but we just ask you just to spearhead everything and just guide everything smoothly. In your name we pray. Amen. All right, so are we ready to kick it off? Everybody ready? I need everybody type in yes. Just type yes in the chat if you're ready. Paper 1 session. Paper 1 session is about to be live. Yes, I see Jada type yes. Yes, vibe check. Come, quick, quick, quick. Send up the yes. Send up the yes. I need to see the yeses. I see Candice say yes. I'm seeing Candice say yes. All right, there's some yeses coming in. Yes, yes, Candice. All right, Rania. All right, Tamoy say yes. All right. So this is our paper 1 session, guys. We're going to start from 2010. 2010. We're going to start from. So are we ready? Let's go. Let me pause the share so we can switch over. All right. New share. All right. All right. So is everyone seeing the screen? Yes, no, maybe so.
Yes, we can see the screen.
Oh, wait, hold on. All right, Jada says she's seeing another confirmation. Wait, oh, hold on. I think you're seeing the wrong thing. Hold on. Hold on. I think you're seeing the wrong thing. Seeing the paper now? Everybody seeing the paper? Yes, no, maybe so.
Yes, we are seeing it.
Yes, Jada says yes. Yes, we are. All right, great. Now, this is going to be an interactive session. So what I'm going to do, I want to turn on the mics as well. Good? So I'm going to read the question, right? John and I will do the different. All right, no, as a matter of fact, I want you guys to read it with me. I'm going to call on. All right, I'll just read them. I'll read them and then you guys follow the answers, okay? Good enough? Let's go. So instructions, always read the instructions, guys. It's very important. Choose the word or phrase that is most nearly opposite in meaning to the underlined word or phrase. So we're not choosing the synonym, which is the similar, rather we're doing the antonym, which is the opposite, right? So we're finding the antonyms. Let's go. Now, it says the manager decided to inform the staff about all complaints received from customers. Pay attention to the instruction always, right, John? The manager decided to inform the staff about all complaints received from customers. We have suggestions, demands, requests, or compliments. What do we say? I'm seeing some D's in the chat. I'm seeing D's in the chat.
I'll say D as well.
D. Seeing everybody say D. D. All right. Compliments. Why is it not? Everybody's saying compliments. Okay. Now, a complaint is what? Anybody can tell me what a complaint is quickly? What's a complaint? What's a complaint? Somebody talk to me quickly. No one?
A complaint.
All right. So a complaint is really a statement that something is unsatisfactory or it's just deemed unacceptable, right? Now the opposite of this would have been a compliment. which is really an expression of praise or admiration. So in this case, the opposite would have been compliment. Let's read number 2. There was a decline in airplane travel after September 11, 2001. What do we think the answer is for that one? I'm seeing someone say A. I'm seeing A. I'm seeing A in the chat. I'm seeing A. A from Nicholas, A from Ronald. All right, let's check. The answer is indeed A, which is rise. Now, when we look at rise, a decline is to make something smaller, right? To make something smaller or less in number. And when you look at the definition for rise, it's basically just an increase. Now, upheaval. Upheaval really means it's a violent or a sudden change or a disruption to something, right? So it can't be upheaval. It can't be decrease, because decrease is a synonym for decline. And fluctuation really talks about the up and down movement of something, right? So that's the answer for number 2, which is A, rise. Let's look at number 3. The compassionate man was known by many in the crowd. What do we think? Now, the underlined word here is compassionate. What do we think the answer is? The compassionate man was known by many in the crowd. Let me check the chat. I'm seeing some B's. I'm seeing B. All right. People are saying B. Compassionate. No other answer? Everybody's saying B. Everybody's saying B. I see someone say C. Dejane direct messaged me and said D. Dejane, if you wanted to send it in the general chat, they can press to everyone instead of to me directly. Dejane was the only one that said C. All right, let's look at it. Now, when we think of cruel, all right, no, firstly, let's define compassionate. Let's define compassionate. Anybody can open them and can give me a quick definition for compassionate. What do you think compassionate means?
When you're sympathetic.
It's someone type in the chat. Kind, sympathetic. Okay, all right, Brenna. Feeling or showing sympathy or concern for others, right? Okay, feeling or showing sympathy or concern to others, which is correct. Now, when we look at it, it can't be fussy, because fussy really means that you're easily aggravated, easily angered. No, it can't be dissatisfied, because that would have been the synonym for satisfied, and it's not really the best fit, because remember, we're choosing the best fit for this case, right? Now let's look at cruel and indifferent. Those are the 2 answers, but mainly persons chose B. Now, cruel, let me find a definition quickly. It speaks to the willful causing of pain or suffering to others. Now, when we look at the answers, yes, cruel is very close. Yes, cruel is very close. But I think the better answer would have been indifferent, which is C. Indifferent means having no particular interest or sympathy. And as we said earlier, I don't remember who, I think it's Jada, right, Brenna. Jada put in the chat feeling or showing sympathy, right? So the best fit antonym in this case would have been indifferent. So I understand that cruel can work, but remember what the instruction says, most nearly opposite in meaning. So although cruel can work, yes, but we want the most near meaning to the underlined word. Make sense, guys? Make sense? All right, yes, good. Okay, great. Let's look at number 4. In these difficult economic times, many organizations retrench workers only when absolutely necessary. What do we think the answer for that one is? What do we think the answer for that one is? Let me check the chat. I'm seeing persons saying C. Persons are saying C. All right, Jade and Nicholas. No, Jade and Brianna said C. All right. Anybody else? Any other answer? All right. So let's look at the definition for retrench. What does retrench mean? Anyone know? Retrench basically means to reduce cost, right? Reduce cost or spending in response to an economic difficulty, right? As Jada said, reduce cost or spending, especially as it regards to an economic difficulty, right? Now, when we look at the word retrench, we're talking about, as I said, reducing cost. So let's just try and put it in the sentence. In these difficult economic times, many organizations seek to reduce costs. In this case, to workers, only when absolutely necessary. All right. So when they want to reduce costs, what are they doing with the employers? Don't even look at the answers as yet. What are they trying to do with the employers? If they're trying to reduce costs, what do you think that they'll be doing? Anybody? If they want to reduce costs, fire them. Right, Jada? Fire them. They'd fire them. So now, what we're looking for now is a synonym that would have fit to fire them. Understanding? Let us look for that synonym. Is it dismiss? Not dismiss. Hold on, not a synonym. Sorry, antonym. The word opposite in meaning to fire. Opposite in meaning, guys. Opposite in meaning. To hire them. That would have been the opposite in meaning. So it can't be dismissed. Some are saying it can be promote. It maybe can be employ. And demote is the same thing. Well, not really the same thing, but it would have fell in line of the retrench. So it can be A and it can be D. We can use the process of elimination. Trust me, I use it a lot. Process of elimination. We just eliminate which one it can be. So we say it can be A and it can be D. So we're thinking between the lines of B and C. I'm seeing Brenna saying the best option is C between B and C. Jada is saying the best choice is C. And I also agree with you guys. I think the better choice would have been C, which employ is the same as to hire workers, right? Now, in this case, it means to make larger, make something larger, correct? So the best choice in this case would have definitely been C. Everybody clear on that? So now, understanding, stop me now. All right, awesome. Everybody's good. Number 5. While the employers approved of his work habits, they objected to his radical views. What do we think the answer is that? Isn't that? As you said, all right, I'm seeing someone say A. Seeing person say A. All right. Persons are saying A. All right, let's find it, figure it out. Now, when I speak of a radical person, we're speaking of one who advocates throughout or complete political or social change. Through, not throughout, through. Now, when we think of a conventional, all right, let's start with a conventional person. It's really based on or in accordance with what is generally done. The general, or that's it, love to call a conventional person, a traditional person, right? So ones whose views are more traditional. Now, the best fit right here would have definitely been conventional. So as I said, radical is more speaking of a person who advocates for some sort of change, right? You want to be that change maker. You want to be that person who, does things out of the norm, differently, basically. But in this case, conventional would have been the better choice, or the best choice in this case. Good? We clear on that? Jada says yes. Yep, all right. Now I'm going to hand over to John to do this section, the 6 to 10.
Okay, thank you. All right, so first of all, before we attempt any question, we need to read the instructions and we need to read it thoroughly. All right, so this says, sorry, some of the following sentences are unacceptable because of inappropriate grammar, idiom, or vocabulary. Some sentences are acceptable as they stand. No sentence contains more than one inappropriate element. Select the one underline part that you feel is inappropriate and choose the corresponding letter. If the sentence is acceptable as is, we choose D, right? So mark your choice on the answer sheet. So number 6, it says, he divided the sweets among you and me. So is it A, B, C, or D? I'm seeing B. Anyone else? Any other answer? No? Okay. So, Tamoy, why did you choose B?
Are you hearing me?
Tamoy?
Are you hearing me?
Here, yes.
Okay, so I chose B because in the sentence it said that the sweets were divided between two persons, and so the answer would be between instead of among, because among would be for more than two.
That's right. Because when we use the word between, it's usually referring to two persons versus among, which is a group, a collective. So instead of saying between Elena, Ranel, Ariana, Jada, you just say among the 4 of you, among the 3 of you, this, that, and that is done to be done, or this is expected. All right, so that's correct. Thank you, Tamoy. Number 7, any disease of the bones and joints which are due to deficiencies in a single nutritional factor can be prevented. Any idea? Any answers for this one? D. Okay, anyone else? D, no error. Okay, all right. Thank you, guys. So D is indeed no error. The next question, please. Right, number 8. In a house for Mr. Biswas, Nepal shows that how a man may struggle against great odds to achieve those things that he most desires. Someone is saying A. Brianna is saying A. No. Okay, so why are we saying A? Anyone? Sounds like cotton. It sounds wrong. It does sound wrong. It does. No doubt about that. However, when we say struggle, right? Struggle versus struggle against. That's, probably similar, but it infers that a different meaning. So when we say struggle against, it means to fight in order to overcome something. And when we say struggle with, it means to have a hard time because of a difficult situation. But that's within itself. But it's indeed correct that these songs are that whole, not necessary, not needed. So it definitely will remain at how. It shows how, not that whole. So as Brianna says and Jada says, it definitely sounds wrong. All right, so number 9. The duties given the newly recruited officer were planning, coordinating, and organizing the activities of the large staff. What's the odd one out, or does it, is it correct as is? Anybody? We're seeing A, we're seeing B. Anyone else? So Brianna actually said it. She said it. It's supposed to be given to. The duty is given to the newly recruited officer. That. So given on its own is off. So we need to have given to. All right. Is that clear, Brianna? Sorry, not Brianna. Ranel.
Yeah, it's clear.
Okay, thank you. All right, now we move on. All right. You may notice that the windows of the house next door, the man pointed out, looks like those of ancient English cottages. A, B, C, and D. Someone say B. Any other answer? Come on, guys. Any other answer? Okay, I'm seeing A. So what if I'm supposed to tell you that the sentence is perfect as is? What would you say to that? Home. Okay. So you know that when we are perhaps reading a book, right? And they put things in quotation marks. And then at the end, it would say John said or Peter said. What this question needs, or what this sentence needs, is just restructuring. Because the man actually said these things. You may notice that the windows of the house next door looks like those of ancient English cottages, the man pointed out. Yes. So it's just a basis of restructuring, but the question is perfect as is. Okay, so I'll be handing over to Ron for this section.
All right. So instructions again, each of the sentences in this section has one underlined word. Choose from the four options the word which is nearest in meaning to the underlined word. Right? So now, since we did the antonyms, well, yeah, right, we did the antonyms in questions 1 to 5. Now we're doing the synonyms, the similar in meaning. Now here we go. Number 11, the flowers grow profusely in the garden. What do we think the nearest in meaning would have been to that sentence? I'm seeing Brianna says C. All right, let me give you a definition. Profusely means to a great degree, large amount, or in abundance. How do we? All right, I'm seeing some C's, C's, abundance. Right, Brianna. Right, so the nearest in meaning, which, as you guys said, is indeed C, which is plentifully, to basically mean large amount. Same thing. Good job. The news story, number 12, revealed the squalor of the old prison cells. What do we think the answer for that one is? Squalor. And let me give you a definition for squalor. It means dirty, unpleasant. I'm seeing these. These are indeed correct. These the answer. The filthiness. Can be security, can be strength, and if this is squalor, it can definitely not be the ambience. So it is indeed the filthiness. Let's look at number 13. Although she had visited the site on many occasions, nothing had prepared her for the grandeur of the sunset on that day. Grandeur is a French word, really. It means impressive, majestic, very appealing to the eyes. Brianna says, I think C, gaudiness. All right, Tamoy says B. Okay. B. Brianna says wait. I'm waiting, Brianna. We're at 14 and 15. We're at 13 actually. 13. 13. Yeah, man, 13. Let me read it again. Although she had visited the site on many occasions, nothing had prepared her for the grandeur of the sunset on that day. She says, B, splendor. The answer is indeed B, which is splendor. Gaudy really means it's unpleasantly bright. Like you know, say for example, neon green. Some person would have said that color is a bit too gaudy. It's when it's unpleasantly bright, it's too bright. Let's call it that. Too bright in color. Right? That's what they describe as gaudy. All right, we're good on that? Everybody good on that? That's what they describe as gaudy. All right. All right. Number 14. For the first time in a decade, the company disclosed a deficit in their accounts, or in its account, I should say. Anybody who the POA and probably POB might know what deficit is, and probably economics as well. A deficit. And remember, we're choosing the word that is most near or the nearest in meaning. All right, I've seen some answers come in, all of which are D. Okay. A deficit means a loss. So by process of elimination, it can't be error. A defect is a problem, really, and it's not really saying that it's a problem. It can be a balance if it's a deficit, and it is indeed D, which is a shortfall, which is the same thing as loss. Let's look at number 15. It was impossible to rectify the error made by the computer since inaccurate information had been fed into it. And if we all know rectify means to, everybody's saying C, rectify means to fix. Right. Also, right, everybody's saying C, which is correct, which is also correct. Right, so alter means to change, erase means to delete, determine means to figure out. So it's C. The nearest in meaning is indeed C, which is to correct. All right. All right, I'm going to hand it back over to Janan to do this section. Item 60 to 20. Let me quickly read the instructions for her. They choose the option A, B, C, or D that best describes each of the sentences 16 to 20. Each option may be used once, more than once, or not at all. So if it's A, it's too wordy, contains redundancies, or it's repetitive. B, the sentence contains cliches or misused metaphors, so we need to brush up on our figures of speech. The sentence is incorrect grammatically or fault in diction, or D, the sentence is acceptable at this time. All right, Janan, take over.
Thank you. Okay. So number 16, it says, if I were the captain of the Australian cricket team, I will attack the batsman with my fast bowlers immediately after the luncheon interval. So what's the error in this sentence? Right. I'm seeing C. Because you start the sentence by saying, if I were. Then the second half is saying, I will. It's very faulty and it's incorrect grammar. That's correct. Number 17. To attract more business, the store offered free gifts at no expense to the customer. I'm seeing A, D. Anyone else? Okay, let's work off those two. Okay, I'm seeing A. Let's work with A. The sentence is too wordy, contains redundancies, or is repetitive. So it says to attract more business, the store offered free gifts at no expense to the customer. By saying at no expense, then you're going to say free gifts. It's too wordy. And it's repetitive. That's correct. So the answer is indeed A. All right. Number 18. The new disciplinary methods have affected a vast improvement on the behavior of students. I'm seeing D. Anyone else? Oh, D as well? Okay, guys, let's go through this. So the main word we need to look at here is affected, right? So affect is usually a verb, and it means to impact or change, while effect indicates the result of a change, being the noun or the verb. So if A affects B, then B experiences effect of A's reaction. So it's not vast improvement on, but vast improvement of. So in a nutshell, the sentence is really it's incorrect. Grammatically, in diction. Are you seeing why it is so?
Not really. Can you repeat?
Okay. So the word affected, right? It's usually a verb. And it means to impact or change, while effect indicates the result of a change. So if A affects B, B experiences the effect. So it's really a case of affect versus effect. Getting that part so far? So instead of using the affected, would have been affected because new disciplinary methods, by implementing these new disciplinary methods, we expect an after result. We need an effect. So it's a case of cause and effect. All right. Awesome. So number 19. She was a nimble-footed dancer. Her graceful body executed delicate movements with incredible poise. What's wrong with the sentence, or is it acceptable as is? I'm seeing D. I need one more person to answer. All right, so the question is, the answer is indeed D. It is acceptable as is. All right. Number 20, the politician hammered the nail of his argument into the leafy minds of his audience, who had come to hear him speak on the difficult subject of monetary policy. Right. It's indeed B. The sentence contains cliches or misused metaphors. So that's great. Thank you, guys.
All right, here's a bit more of an interactive session. This is where I want some persons to read with me, right? So now this is an extract by who is again? I don't remember the person, but it's called "Beat the Light." It's a very, very wonderful poem. Enjoyed reading it, but I want some persons to read it. Is Elena here? Elena Graham?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Awesome, Elena. I want you to read the first 5 lines first.
Okay.
Now, hold on. Before we even start, guys. Before we even start, when we do this, what I want you guys to do is always read the title first, because the title is a huge giveaway to what is to come. Right? Yes, it's known, but the title can provide many answers, and also give you, it basically prepares you for what's to come. So think of beating that light, or beat that light, like just continue to remember it while reading throughout the point, just to know, what it might be. Good? So go ahead, Elena, the first 5 stanzas.
Beat that light. I think the horses must be laughing, kicking up their heels and chaffing, watching from their green abode the things that drove them off the road, whining in soft derision.
All right, Brianna, pick up for me. Brianna? I'm not sure if Brianna's mic is on. Can't hear you, Brianna. In the meanwhile, can Tamoy pick up, and then Brianna? So Tamoy, you're doing from 5 to 10, and then Brianna, you pick up from 10 to 15. Tamoy? Not sure if Tamoy's mic is on. All right. Who? Dijane, can you pick up? 5 to 10? Or déjeuner? I think déjeuner. Let me pronounce it. Not hearing déjeuner. Ranel?
Yes, I'll read.
Awesome, Ranel. Pick up from me, 5 to 10.
At breakdown, blowout, and collision, neighing as they roam the prairies, motorists' obituaries, read the epitaphs on Monday of drivers various on Sunday.
All right, I'll pick up. Beat the horn and hold the klaxon. For Hebrew, Latin, and Anglo-Saxon. Howling klaxon, beeping horn, the funeral dirge on Monday morning. Usher out the unlucky drivers without convincing the survivors. Here's a curve and here's a truck. Take a chance and trust to luck. The next one's practically standing still. Now they give you some definitions here that epitaphs mean a short piece of writing or poem about a dead person. Or basically the catalog that is on Sundays in the newspapers. Klaxon means a type of loud horn formerly used on motor vehicles. So they give you some definitions to help you to understand the point better. Now anybody can, probably one person, a little credit giveaway, maybe. Yes, credit giveaway. Credit giveaway. Who can tell me what the poem is about? Probably a one sentence, a two sentence, if you will.
Is it about a funeral? Like
All right, Brianna. All right, I hear you, Brianna. Go ahead.
Is it about a funeral?
A funeral?
Going to a funeral?
Going to a funeral?
Is that?
Close, but not
I know.
quite. Close, but not. All right. I'm going to reread the passage again. Probably to give you a bit of. Somebody was speaking?
Yeah, it sounds as if they're talking about like traffic and just the road, how it moving in general.
Traffic on the road. Close, getting there. All right.
Is it like comparing like the donkeys and carts that used to drive with the new cars and stuff?
Speak up again, Brenna. One more time. Let me see what.
Hello.
Yeah. I'm
Is
here.
it about like it's comparing the cars? It's comparing the recent cars with donkeys and carts and those stuff on the road.
Yeah.
Making a comparison.
It's going down that
them.
line. Yeah. Right, somewhere on that line. Right. So Brianna got the credit giveaway. Write down. Oh, Brianna, I get credit twice. So people can get a $200. All right. I'm going to reread it again. Good job, Brianna. It's really on that line. All right. So I'm going to read it again to probably see if everyone can get a better understanding of it. So it's beat that light. Again, beat that light. Now, ready? I think the horses must be laughing, kicking up their heels and chaffing, watching from their green abode the things that drove them off the road. Now, this line right here is key, critical. The things that drove them off the road, right? Critical. The things that drove them off the road. Whining in soft derision. At breakdown, blowout, and collision. You hear that? Whining in soft derision. So like they're doing them donkey laughing and so. At breakdown, at blowout, and collision. So while they're watching from their green abode, at breakdown, so that's when the cars break down, when the engine probably blow out, or at a collision, neighing as they roam the prairies, motorists' obituaries. And I'm almost sure that we know what obituaries are. The death notices in the paper. All right? Read the epitaphs on Mondays of the drivers various and Sunday. Beat the horn and hold the klaxon for Hebrew, Latin, and Anglo-Saxon. Howling klaxon, beeping horn, the funeral dirge on Monday morning. Usher out the unlucky drivers without convincing the survivors. Here's a curve and here's a truck. Take a chance and trust to luck. The next one's practically standing still. Beautiful poem. I love it. Now let's go to the questions. What I also suggest, you guys can probably read the questions first and then read the poem. But either way you take it, it's still going to achieve the same effect. Now let's go. Why does the poet feel the horses are laughing? Let's see the answers. The prairie is all there is to roam. He hears them laughing. They were replaced with something which causes harm, or they are treated well by their owners. All right, we're seeing a majority answering C, which is indeed correct. Replaced by vehicles, right? That they're replaced with something which causes harm, because we know back in the days they used to ride horses and donkeys and going all about their places. So that is indeed correct, right? Here we go. Now, what are the things suggested in line 4? Let's look at line 4. And what I also suggest, read the line above, or probably even 2 lines above before reading the line, so it can flow. So let's read from here. Kicking up their heels and chaffing, watching from their green abode the things that drove them off the road. The things that drove them off the road. What do we think it is? Is it vehicles, accidents, explosions, or traffic jams? What are we saying? I said 2 people say A, 3 say A. That 4 say A now? Which is indeed the answer. Vehicles, which is A. Good job. Good job. Let's look at 23. Which of the following words suggest the driver's destiny? Is it whining in line 5, breakdown in line 6, obituaries in line 8, or howling line 13? Let's look at all the lines. Let's look at from line 5, 6, 8, and 13. Line 5, whining indecision. Line 6, at breakdown, blowout, and collision. Line 8, motorists, obituaries, or line 13, 10, 11, 12, 13, howling clacks and beeping horn. What do we say? All right. Or is it 2 people? C, person that's saying, whoa, I'm seeing marks. I'm seeing marks. Hold on, guys. Let me remove those. Okay. Right. The answer is indeed C, which are the obituaries. Obituaries, as I said, right, it's like, so basically they're linking it to death. Motorists' obituaries in this case, which are, as I said before, the things that we read on Sundays in the newspaper, right? Everybody understand that? The destiny? All right, excellent. Line number 24. According to the poet, what days seemed to be most prone to fatalities? Now let's look up back. Let's start from line 5. Whining in the South Division at breakdown, blowout, and collision. Neighing and at the roam the prairies, motorist obituaries. Reading the epitaphs on Monday of drivers various on Sunday. All right, so those are the only, well, the funeral dirge on Monday morning. All right, let's check. What do you guys say? Persons are saying Monday. A lot of persons say Monday. Why do we say Monday? Let's see. I want to hear. Why do you guys say Monday? Is that the only reason as to why we say the poems about dead? What I think the epitaphs are published on Monday. That's what I was thinking. I might be wrong. I might be wrong, honestly. The answer sheet that John and I came up with was Sundays. Reason being, right here we say of drivers, various, and Sunday. So they highlighted all the other days which are symbolized by various. However, they highlighted specifically on Sunday. Right? What do we think? Agree or disagree? Agree? But it says and Sunday. Precisely. And, right. I know it says and Sunday, but look at it. It says reading the epitaphs on Monday. Assuming that it's a regular thing that they read on a Monday. Which makes me believe that the epitaphs are published on a Monday. But this one says of drivers, various, and Sunday. What do we think? It was read on Monday based on Sunday, precisely. So probably what has happened on a Sunday was then published on the Monday. But it could also be things that happen on a Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. But they didn't say that. What the poet focused on, which day the poet really focused on, was Sunday. What do you think? It was read on Monday based on Sunday. I agree. What do we think? Agree, disagree, maybe agree, agree. Right, I'm thinking it's Sunday because I think that the epitaphs are published on a Monday, which would have made me believe that's why the poet agreed. Right, I'm thinking that the poet published them on the Monday. Let's look at question 25. Which of the following means nearly the same as the title of the poem, Beat That Light? Beat that light. Is it drive faster? Is it stroke the light? A flashing traffic light? Or is it use corporal punishment? I'm seeing A. Drive faster to beat the traffic light. I agree with that. I agree with that, Brenner. And even by right, Candice, even by process of elimination, it can't be used corporal punishment because I'm almost sure the poem not about that. Stroke the light. Stroke means really to touch also. But I don't think that's what. Well, one is literal. I get it. Stroke can also mean to beat. So in this case, it's not necessarily to slap the light, but it's really to beat, as in get ahead of it, or go faster than, which would have been A in this case. Right? Good job. Let's look at 26. The poet is recommending that drivers drive it slowly, quickly, recklessly, or carefully. How should they drive? Go ahead, Crystal. Crystal? Oh, I never meant to hear the hand. Okay, no problem. We're seeing D, which is indeed correct. It is carefully. (27) The poet's tone in line 17 to 18. How do you think it sounds? Line 17 to 18. 16, 17. Here's a curve and here's a truck. Take a chance and trust to luck. How that sound to you? Sarcastic, persuasive, indifferent, or enthusiastic? And we can sometimes try and reading it to ourselves to see how it sounds to you. Brianna is saying sarcastic. Anybody else? I think it is indeed sarcastic. Right, Ranel. I'm agreeing with Brianna and Ranel and Crystal. Yes, I think it is indeed sarcastic. What is the poet referring to in line 19? Speed, safety, caution, or overtaking? Line 19. Where is it? 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. The next one, practically standing still. The next one's practically standing still. Why is it D, Brenna? You're changing it, Brianna? Crystal says C. Scroll up, please. Oh, let me go back to right here. The neck right here, here's that curve and here's a choke. Take a chance and trust the luck. The next one practically standing still. What do we say? Speed, safety, caution, overtaking. What do we say?
I think it's overtaking.
Why is it overtaking?
Because if you scroll up, it said if you it's saying here's a curve and here's a truck. Take a chance and trust to luck. So I think it's overtaking. Are you gonna over?
I indeed agree with you. The next one's practically standing still. Think about it. I don't know how many of us are can drive or learning how to drive. When you see someone driving slow, you say, what did not drive fast enough for driving at a very slow speed? So it's basically standing still. I can overtake him, man. It's nothing. And drive fast. So I'm thinking it's overtaking. Indeed. Now let's look at this part. To save time, I'm going to read. Oh, Janan, will you take over? All right, so Janan, if you want to take over from here.
Okay, so it says read the following extract carefully and then answer items 29 to 36 on the basis of what is stated or implied. Hayes looked at Mrs. Rose and it struck him how much more she had changed during the months since the marriage. She still carried herself well. She was made like that. Though she had lost flesh and remained a big woman, but it was her face which really showed most of the effect all she had undergone. It was thinner, so thin that he could see clearly the contours of the cheekbone, the hollows in the jaws, and the long, thin chin. Now that all the flesh had gone, it was a different face. Had he never seen her after that first morning, he might have passed her in the street today. But in the thin face, the strong Roman nose was more prominent than ever, the lips tighter and more firm, especially when she paused during recitals of her woes concerning her marriage. The hair on her forehead and temples were very gray. Thin and worn she might look, and she might complain at times, but if her courage was ever fundamentally shaken, Haynes never saw it. Hour after hour, all through the day, and every day she was on her feet, up and down the yard and kitchen, in and out of the house, working, directing, exhorting her helpers to increase efforts. Frequently she was unjust. How she quarreled, but he could forgive her this as did everyone, or everybody, except Macy. When he realized how powerfully she was struggling to stem the tide that threatened to overwhelm her. So usually when you read an extract, we'd reread it again. So we get a feel of the questions and reread. But for the sake of time, when they ask for lines X, Y, Z, then we revisit. So the change in Mrs. Rose's appearance was most likely a result of I'm seeing overwork. B, I'm seeing B. Anyone else? C, a bad marriage. C, a bad marriage. So why are we saying a bad marriage? Because the majority of the answers are saying C. So Crystal, Candice, or Lenicia, why are we saying C?
Because it's after she got married, all these changes start happening to her. So before she was looking beautiful then, and then after her face start changing. And if you have met her the first day, then it would have been different. Sorry.
Noted. B, where did we say B?
You know, I was just guessing, but like after reading paragraph, the first paragraph, and looking at the second to last sentence, I'm realizing that it's probably C. Because it's saying when she paused during recitals of her woes concerning her marriage. So I'm thinking that it's C, I think, yeah.
Right. Initially, we had old age as being the answer, right? Because with old age, it comes wrinkles, it comes gray hair, and etc. But mentioning C and the support you give, you know, it's somewhat debatable. This is English, yes. It's very debatable. So I think we lean towards a bad marriage. Because the writer or the person. Because, right? Thank you. All right, so we'll lean towards a bad marriage because this person was really doing a comparison, whether the writer or the narrator here, they were doing a comparison before and after marriage, right? So that's fair enough. We'll stick to C, a bad marriage. Number 30. All right. So although Mrs. Rose's face was now so thin that you could see the contours of the cheekbones, so let's refer to line 4 to 5. So she was still a what? Where's line 4 to 5? All right. So it was thinner, so thin that he could see clearly the contours of the cheekbones, the hollows in the jaws, and the long, thin chin. Now that all the flesh had gone, it was a different face. So what answer are we leaning towards here for number 30? So despite all the changes, the weight loss in her face, she was still a? I'm seeing C, I'm seeing D. Anyone else? So that's the answer we're sticking with, C and D.
Is it possible for you to bring back up the screen so I can read the line over, please? Thank you.
Okay, back to 30. All right, so it can be debatable that she was strongly built. Kind is not in this. Beautiful, I don't know. He didn't describe her appearances that way. So, but however, lean woman, when we look at the definition of lean woman, it says that they're thin, but they look strong and healthy. Lean is not necessarily lean like you lean upon something, and that I don't think that is proper English. But I am more tipping the scales towards lean. Maybe it can be lean woman, it probably is strongly built, but lean woman in itself refers to someone who is thin, but they look strong and they're healthy. So remember in the lines, come back up, scroll up please. Probably line 2, she still carried herself well. She was made like that. There's another context clue here. What are we thinking, guys? If you read the first line into 4 to 5, it says her bones are contoured. So then is indeed strongly built, is deep. Okay, guys, okay. Let's lean towards D.
Yeah.
Okay. Remember, guys, these answers are debatable. So I'm glad that we are participating. Thank you. All right, so before we move on, everybody clear? Strongly built woman, D. All right, so 31. In the passage, it is suggested that Haynes had A, not seen Mrs. Rose for a long time, B, often passed Mrs. Rose in the street, C, likely failed to recognize Mrs. Rose, or D, met Mrs. Rose only after her marriage. What is A saying? Okay, any other answers? D, okay. Any other? C? All right. So why are we saying D, Lenicia? Lenicia?
Because read like the first line. Can you go up, please?
Okay, for time's sake, let us lean in support of what Crystal said and what Brianna said. So the answer is indeed A. Remember I said earlier that this Mr. Haynes, he's really making a comparison. I realize he described her features before marriage. He described them after marriage, right? So let's take, for example, this. We're in a pandemic. And say, for instance, we haven't seen our friends in probably like 6 months. Some of our friends, the first time we see them, the first thing they're going to say, oh man, you gained weight, man. So it's clear that, or you lost weight, man. So it's clear that we knew the person before and we're not able to make a comparison to what they're looking like after. Are we getting that? Right. Awesome. All right, so number 32, the words exhorting her helpers are used in lines 13 to 14, which means the same as. You realize that they have same as in bold. So what meaning can we get from exhorting her helpers? So let's look at lines 13 to 14. So frequently she was unjust, or she quarreled. What is that saying about her? So exhorting her helpers, which one of these come closest in meaning to what is being implied?
I would say D.
What was the answer that you gave?
B. Right. So where are we saying B? Anyone? Brenna or Candice?
Well, in this, you can see that she's doing some of the work on her own as well. She's not depending on her workers to do everything. So I think because of that, she's trying to, urge her helpers to increase the effort, because if she can do all of this, they should be able to do better or so on. Does that make sense?
It does. So the key word here is exhorting, and we know exhorting to be strongly encouraging or urging someone to do something. So really and truly the closest one, or the meaning of that, is so lines 12 to 13 explains that she is pleading to them to do their work. Right. All right, number 33. The word struggling to stem the tide in lines 14 to 15 suggests that Mrs. Rose was attempting to. So let's scroll to 14 to 15. It says, frequently she was unjust, how she quarreled, but he could forgive her, this as did everybody except Maisie, when he realized how powerfully she was struggling to stem the tide that threatened to overwhelm her. So is it A, cope with her problems, B, make herself look young? I'm seeing A. Exactly. She's trying to stay afloat. All right. And that's basically the obvious answer here, cope with her problems. All right, number 34. According to the passage, which of the following statements about Mrs. Rose is false? Was she a quarrelsome person, a courageous woman? She was always kind to her helpers. Physically changed since her marriage. So which is false? I'm seeing C. C again. Definitely. because in lines, this line that we keep coming back to, extorting or help, no. Right, to increase efforts. Frequently she was unjust. Oh, she world. All right. So it's true, she's a quarrelsome person. Mr. Haynes did describe her as a courageous woman. And she definitely did physically change since her marriage. Remember that comparison that we keep doing. So C is indeed the answer. She was always kind to her helper, which she was not. All right. Number 35. In the passage, Haynes view Mrs. Rose with, is it disapproval, amazement, bewilderment, sympathy? I'm seeing A. Anyone else? I'm seeing the A's. Right, he did. Definitely. A with sympathy. 36. Haynes was particularly surprised at Mrs. Rose's. This one is a giveaway, definitely. This one is an easy one. I'm seeing C. Definitely, it is C. All right, so 36, that's the end. All right, another poem. Is this a poem?
All right. So yes, this one is I don't understand the poem, but well, the poem or extract. Well, let's call it the extract. An advertisement, sorry, advertisement, here it is. So it's to read the following advertisement carefully and then answer item 37 to 43 on the basis of what is stated or implied. Bermuda. Before you, blue water all the way to Morocco. Behind you, every care you ever had. Bermuda is a different island. It basks here in mid-ocean, remote, apart, unlike any other place. What little island do you know with dazzling white roofs? To catch the rain with pastel houses cut from coral rocks set in tropical green. Only Bermuda. What other island is ringed with such beautiful beaches, with such different beaches, some wide and smooth, others with tiny coves hidden in cliffs, waiting just for you? What other island can you roam on foot, by ferry, motorbike, or carriage, stopping for a wayside picnic or to explore a vast cavern underground? Only Bermuda. Only one island of 21 square miles has 21 golf courses. Only one faraway island lets you skin dive in ancient Spanish shipwrecks or snorkel on a coral reef. Fish for wahoo, Alison tuna, or the wily bonefish, or dine on rockfish chowder and salibug. Salibug? Then dance the night away with the limbo calypso or whichever. Bermuda, far away, long ago, old world, and 90 jet minutes from New York. Children love Bermuda, and vice versa. Bring the family. Ask your travel agency in the US or Canada, or write Bermuda, 610 Fifth Avenue, New York 120. Number 6 Michigan Avenue, Chicago 60602. There is only one Bermuda. Number 37, the expression basks here in the mid-ocean, line 4, implies that what? In Bermuda, the sun never sets. Bermudians live a life of luxurious ease. Sunbathing is the chief activity of tourists, or Bermuda's position exposes it to the full rays of the sun. What do you think is this? What do you think? Anybody? Basks here in mid-ocean, remote apart, unlike any other place. I'm seeing answers coming. Could you scroll down to the options? Okay. Here it is. In Bermuda, the sun never sets. Bermudans live a life of luxurious ease. Sunbathing is the chief activity of tourists, or Bermuda's position exposes the full rays of the sun. What do we say to this? D. People are saying D, which is indeed correct. It exposes it to the warm rays of the sun. The use of the phrase is Bermuda, far away, long ago, old world. Line 22 in this advertisement attempts to create the impression that Bermuda is somewhat backward in spite of its beauty, has remained unchanged and unspoiled by technology, is difficult to get to because it lies way out in mid-ocean, or it's a very distant place inhabited by people of ancient civilization. What do you say to it? Jada says B. Brianna says B. I agree with you both. And Candice says B. I agree with all three. Line number 39. Which of the following statements is an opinion rather than a fact? And we know this one is supposed to be an easy mark for all of us. Opinions are normally given from someone's point of view, someone's perspective. A fact is something that you can research. Think of it like that. If you can research and you can find it and it's there, well, then again, by a credible source and such, think of it like that. If you can go up on Google and try to find it, yes, it's more of a fact. And persons are saying it is a D, and you are indeed correct. Excellent job. Here we go. It is that the architectural structure of Bermuda. Wait, hold on. Oh yeah, opinion, right. That is the only opinion. Let's look at number 40. We have a lot of past papers to go, guys. So let's see how much we can get through. 40. From reading the advertisement, one can draw all of the following conclusions about Bermuda, except which one? Bermudans are engaged chiefly in fishing and golfing. Bermuda is an attractive little island nestling in the ocean. Tourists visit Bermuda are offered a variety of interesting activities, or visitors to Bermuda have no difficulty getting around the island. What do you think it is? Let's pick up the pace, guys. Let's go. We have a lot of past papers to get to. Let's go. Crystal is saying B. Except, you know, guys, except. Except. Sinjeda said D. Visitors to Bermuda have no difficulty getting around the island. Let's check it. A, I'm seeing A from Brianna. Let's look at it. It is a beautiful little island in the mid-ocean, so that is not the answer. I think, what was the other option that was given? D. Visitors have no difficulty getting around the island. Is that in there? I'm thinking, I'm not sure it was. Yes, it is. Here it is. You can roam on foot, carriage, no difficulty. So that was mentioned, so that is not supposed to be in it. A, Bermudans are engaged chiefly or mainly in fishing and golfing. Although there are many golfing, I can agree with the golfing, but not so much the fishing, because this is what the tourists can do, but not necessarily the Bermudians, right? So which is indeed correct, Brianna and Elena. Let's look at 41. Which of the following techniques of persuasion does the writer use in the extract? Comparison with other places to highlight Bermuda's attractiveness, appeal to tourists' desire for comfort, emphasize on Bermuda's tropical climate, or specific examples of Bermuda's attractiveness. What do we say the answer is? Brianna says B. Well, realistically, the writer does use all four, but we want the main one. The main one. What's the main one you'd see? I'm seeing D, specific examples. Yes, but not so much. There's let me bring it back up for you. A, Brianna is changing it to A. I would say A. Reason being, let me tell you why I say A. What other island? What other island has this? What other island has that? Only one island. Bermuda is a different island. You know, Bermuda. So basically what they're doing, they're making a constant comparison with other places. So they might not necessarily say Bermuda unlike Jamaica or Bermuda unlike Spain. What they're doing, they're making a blind comparison really. So they're just saying Bermuda, you know, although it's a comparison, it's not necessarily comparing it directly to something. Okay? So it's comparing it to other places, which is true, to highlight its attractiveness. Understood? Right, right. So the use of the rhetorical question, which other island, and they practically give you the answer, none other like Bermuda. Which of the following aspects of Bermuda is emphasized? It is spaciousness, uniqueness, cleanliness, or its remoteness? What do you think it is? What do I see? B from Brianna. I do in fact think it's B. Right? Yes, Jada. Because they barely mention the remoteness, barely mention the space, barely mention the cleanliness, and they did in fact differentiate themselves. And then, you know, I really do agree with you guys with uniqueness. 43. Which of the following devices is used extensively in the passage? It is the simile, the metaphor, the personification, or the repetition. Let me scroll up back so you guys can see. I'm seeing D, maybe. It may be D. It is indeed D. The repetition. Bermuda, Bermuda. What other island? What other island? You know, Bermuda. They're just emphasizing either the Bermuda or the whatever other island. All right. Another long one. Mighty, this one is so long. All right, John, you want to speed read this for you? So you have a. All right, guys, I'm gonna speed read. So open up in the ears because we have a lot of passages to get through. So let's go. Read the following passage carefully and then answer items 44 to 52. Are you ready? American women outlive American men by roughly 8 years, and while the disparity may partly be attributed to genes, it is also partly due to differences in lifestyle and behavior. If men want to live longer, they better start behaving more like women. Wow. They must become, in a word, wimps. I do not imply that women are wimps, but that men who act like women are perceived by other men as wimps. One of the great differences in the mortality rates between the sexes shows up on the highways. The differences in insurance premiums for men and women suggest men on average are less careful drivers. At age 20, for example, roughly twice as many men as women are killed annually in car crashes or car accidents. And the rate of the motorcycle fatalities for men is roughly 5 times as high as for women. For all ages combined, the female death rate from guns is a tiny fraction, 1/6 of the male rate. Some of these differences may go back to childhood. Boys played with toy guns and toy soldiers, while girls play house and with dollies. Homicides and suicides are two other categories of death in which men excel. Men face roughly a 5-fold greater chance of being murder victims than women. And men are far more likely to blow their own brains out. They are twice as successful as women in their suicide attempts. In leisure activities, real men are attracted to violence and action. Boxing, football, hockey, skydiving, and mountain climbing. Women are wimps, go shopping or to art museums, read beauty and health magazines, and attend church. Men exercise more than women, but women eat better than men. The latest research indicates that nutrition may be more important than exercise in attaining longevity. The problem for real men is that they have vegetables. Okay. Men are supposed to quit or admit to pain. Many played football and men are not supposed to quit or admit to pain. Many played football and basketball in high school, and complaining about pain or injury was a sure sign of weakness and femininity. On the other hand, women are not afraid to visit a doctor or check into a hospital at the first sign of illness. When men finally go to a doctor, the problem, whatever it is, likely to be much more advanced. The average man once in the hospital stays 4 days longer than the average woman. Finally, evidence now suggests that the kind of men who are willing to discuss their feelings with their wives suffer lower rates of heart disease and cancer. But a real man doesn't reveal his fears to anyone and he never cries. Maybe he'd better start. For men, it's a terrible trade-off. They can remain real men and die early, or they can become wimps and live as long as women. The advantage of wimping out. John?
Thank you, Roland. Okay, for number 44, let's quickly run through this, guys. In paragraph 2, lines 11 to 25, the writer links the small number of female deaths by guns to the so we got lines 11 to 25. So basically this entire stanza. Scroll to the options, please. Hold on. So it's a case where, is it non-violent nature of women, the fact that there are fewer women than men in America, is it non-acceptance of guns in the society, or different upbringing of girls and boys? Which is right. Because they made a comparison of, for instance, the toys that females would play with as opposed to girls. The girls would be, safe inside, playing house, dolls, etc. While boys would be fascinated by soldiers, guns, cars, etc. All right. So number 45. Right. According to the paragraph 3, lines 26 to 32, it is reasonable to conclude that approximately either A, out of every 5 men who die has been murdered, 1 woman and 5 men are killed annually, 5 out of every 6 people who are murdered are men, or 5 times more men than women commit suicide. So we can look at lines 26 to 32. So basically this stanza that speaks of homicides and suicides, right? It says there are 2 other categories of death in which men excel. Men face roughly a 5-fold greater chance of being murder victims than women. And men are far more likely to blow their own brains out. They are twice as successful as women in their suicide attempts. So I scroll back to question 45. Right, so which answer are we seeing here? What's the best fit? We're seeing D, 5 times more men than women commit suicide. Well, what would you say about this one?
According to paragraph 3, line 26 to 32, it is reasonable to conclude approximately.
I'm seeing a debate here between D and C, C and D.
I'm thinking it's C. 5 out of 6 people who are men who are murdered are men. 5 out of every 6 people who are murdered. Because they say that they have a 5-fold greater chance of being murder victims that are the men.
5-fold means 5 times as this, or 5 times as that.
Wait, 5 out of every 6. Wait, so 26 still.
Greater chance.
5 times more men than women commit suicide. Did they say the suicide?
See, this is referring to homicides here. Wait.
Oh, homicide and suicide, right? Yes. 5 times more men I'm going to commit suicide. So they're 5 times more likely.
You sure it's D?
Wait, what am I saying? Wait, what number are we at, guys?
45.
No, guys, C. It's C. They didn't say 5 times. Right. Yes, it's C. It's C, guys. 5 out of every 6 people were murdered are men. Mm. Yeah.
You see words can be tricky?
That is English for you guys. It's very meticulous. Very meticulous. Very meticulous. Being murder victims, guys, murder victims. So assuming it's 6 people, it can be any amount, but the males have to be the 5 times greater chance. Understood? That's how CSEC is, guys, and they're very tricky. Very, very tricky. You have to read between the lines sometimes. It's very tricky.
All right, 46. In paragraphs 4 and 5, which are lines 33 to 44, which of the following does the writer suggest most American men need to do to live longer? We're seeing C. C. So the options are either go to church, stop driving, improve their diet, or take more exercise. So yes, we're running with the answer of C. It did say so. This is what, lines 33 to 44. 33 to 44, right?
More than 8 feet.
Mm-hmm.
It's more than 8 feet, vegetables, guys. Mm-hmm. Right. Not half, it's 8.
All right. Number 48. No, wait, am I jumping? 47. The phrase closest in meaning to longevity in line 42 is and even without looking at lines 42, we have a clue of what longevity is. Right, I'm seeing the answers A, right, it's long life. All right, 48. The main point made by the writer in paragraph 6, lines 45 to 55 is that either men can bear pain better than women can. Women read health magazines and attend church. Women are less likely to suffer injury than men, and men tend to conceal their illnesses more than women. What am I seeing here? We're seeing A.
The other thing is B.
Scroll on to the options, please. Point eight. All right, so the main point made by the writer in paragraph 6 is that.
Yeah, man.
See.
Definitely.
Men tend to conceal their illnesses more than women. All right, let's move on. 49. According to the passage, wimps are men who? Well, they enjoy peace and quiet. They do not engage in violent sports. Behave like women, live as long as women. We see B. Exactly, it's B. Behave like women. That's what they're implying. All right. Number 50. The writer suggests that men who become wimps either learn to appreciate women more, give up all their violent activities, live as long as women do, or live more like the right, or behave more like the writer. C. Mm-hmm. See, it's basically right. It's basically what we're trying to imply. Practice some of the habits or the habits that women would normally practice or carry out. So in being wimps, yes, we'll definitely suggest that. Okay, we live as long as women do, we'll be safer, healthier. All right, so 51. Which of the following does the writer suggest as reasons why women live longer than men? So now we're going to do the process of elimination. So is it I, women exercise less, women show their emotions more, women spend more time in the hospital, women engage in less demanding leisure activities? Let's see. B, right. And B says 2 and 4 only. So women show their emotions more and women engage in less demanding leisure activities. That's correct. 52. Evidence mentioned in paragraph 7, lines 56 to 61 indicates that whether there are merits in sharing one's feelings, the healing power of women is now being recognized. Unmarried men suffer the greater risk of heart disease and cancer, and the truth is more powerful than deceit. So let's look at lines 56 to 61. 56, 61. So basically the final, not the final, second to last stanza. Finally, evidence now suggests that the kind of men who are willing to discuss their feelings with their wives suffer lower rates of heart disease and cancer. But a real man doesn't reveal his fears to anyone and he never cries. Let's see. 52. So what are we getting here? We're seeing A. All right, yes, the answer is A. There are merits in sharing one's feelings. All right.
All right, the big hit stuff. Here we go. Now we're going to read extra clear for the answer item B360 based on what is stated on slide. There is an insidious conspiracy in this island to undermine and overthrow all that I have built up by sweat, grit, and intelligence, I shouted. The administrator, the chief of police, the Kingsland Municipal Board, the Sports Association have all refused to even reply to letters we wrote to them in connection with our rally. When I try to see the administrator, a whole army of clerks and secretaries bar my passage in what appears to be the sacred corridors of the administration building. These clerks and secretaries are black people like us, but they enjoy the roles of stooges to the white man boss. I tell you, I promise you that when we take over this island, a lot of these white men stooges will be swept off like chaff. When the cheers and stamping died down, Joe Pittance got up before I could continue. What exactly is the problem? He asked. He deliberately pitched his voice low, soft, cool, reasonable, as if to rebuke my loudmouth hysteria. The problem? Not problem, problems. These conspirators in high places, these stooges. I hear you say you want to see the administrator boss, right? Yes, Comrade Pittance, I said. But boss, said Joe, seeing the administrator is the easiest thing on earth. If you did tell me you wanted to see the administrator, you would have seen him already. What do you mean by that? I said into deep silence of the chamber. Well, said Joe, it is a simple matter. You got to know how the administration building is run. All the clerks and secretaries go after lunch, 12 o'clock. But Mr. Forbes, the administrator, stays back in the office till 12:30, doing overtime because he seldom comes back to the office after lunch till 4 o'clock. So all you got to do is go see the administrator between 12 and 12:30. That's rule in Hinamana. The phrase army of clerks, line 4 to 5. Example of, so somebody type, oh, all right. Lines 4 to 5, let's go back quickly. When I try to see the administrator, a whole army of clerks and secretaries bar my passage in what appears to be the sacred corridors of the administration building. Army of clerks, what does that suggest? B, I'm seeing B, hyperbole. Hyperbole is another name for an exaggeration, which is correct. Yes, well done. 54. What does the word sacred, line 5, imply? The sacred corridors of the administration building right here, sir. What does it imply? That they were on holy ground, that the clerks and secretaries were very religious, that the administrator treated like a god, or the administration building was located in an old church. What do you say? I'm seeing C. Good work. Excellent. The others were more literal, you know, sacred meaning something holy and so. But this one is more of a simile, like a god. So which is correct. 55. Which of the following is nearest in meaning to they enjoy the role of stooges to the white man boss? Line 6 to 7. Is that they did not mind their they did not mind doing their jobs, that they were eager to assist the boss, that they had the privilege of restricting visitors, or they took pleasure in being subservient. What do we say to that? What do we say to that? I'm seeing B. What number is that again? 55? I'm seeing B from Brianna. They were eager to assist the boss. Jada said she think it's D. They took pleasure in being subservient. Subservient really means like prepared to do any task without any question. Like you're ready. So I understand B. We're eager to assist the boss. Honestly, B and D are like this. They're very, very close. B and D are very, 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 very close, honestly. However, the better answer is really D. They took pleasure in being subservient. I understand B, Brianna, understand B. But because, how do I explain this? You understand? The synonym for enjoy is ego. Correct. Synonym for enjoy. Oh, isn't ego, right? Right, it isn't. It isn't, right. It isn't. Understood. Right, right, the nearest in meaning, right. So perfect explanation. What's it? Let me double check who it was. Perfect explanation. Jada, good job. The word loudmouth hysteria, line 11, suggested that the tone of the speaker, of the main speaker, is what? Loudmouth hysteria. Just think about Jamaicans. Loudmouth hysteria. What do you think that is? Or what does that suggest? And the writer is what? Frustration. Frustration. All right. Good answer. What does D mean? Indignations mean, it means anger or annoyance, provoked by what is seen as unfair treatment. Yeah. Kind of sound like D now, don't? Yeah. It is D. Indignation, it's like you're upset because of an unfair treatment. Right, it's D. Good job. I understand the A though, but it's not only frustration, it's also anger. Which of the following reveals the irony of the situation? Is it A, he refused to even reply to my letters that we wrote? Is it B, the clerks and secretaries are black people like us? Is it C, but boss, seeing the administrator the easiest thing on earth? Or is it D, all the clerks and secretaries go off to lunch at 12? What do we say is the irony of the situation? And we know that irony is basically a contrast, really, of what appears to be true and what is actually true. So it's a contrast. Any options? Are people saying B? All right. B, which is definitely the answer. How they portrayed it was that I think the administrator was the most difficult task. Wait, yeah man, it's B. Wait, hold on. 57, no one, C. It is C. Sorry, I read the wrong one. It is C. Correct, Jay. That's actually C, not B. Yes, we understand that they're black people like us, but it is not so the main irony. Yes, it is irony, but it's not the main irony. Think about it. The whole reason as to why this whole conspiracy started was because of the perceived how should I term, the perceived disregard to their letters by the administrator. Right? They thought that the administrator was so difficult to get to because they weren't responding to the letters. But as it says here, by who was he again? The Joe. No, not yes, Joe. Joe said that what is the easiest thing on earth to see the administrator. But how the narrator termed it was that if it was the hardest thing. So that is the main irony. Yes, the clerks were black people. That is another irony, but it's not the main irony in the whole situation. Understood? So yes, they're black people like us, but that wasn't the main irony in the situation. So the answer is C, not B, C. So the narrator painted out the picture that, you know, it was the hardest task to see the administrator, but rather the security, it looks like at the time, was saying it's the easiest thing to see the administrator. Good? Everybody good? Alena said understood. Excellent. In the passage, Joe Pittance is seen as what? Easily annoyed, able to control his emotions, easily moved by the crowd, or a very gullible person. What do you think? What do you think? Joe Pittance, that was the security guard, or the who did he speak to? Joe Pittance. So he seemed like the overall public security or someone who, you know, manages everything around. What do you say? What do you think about his how do you see him as? Is he easily annoyed? Is he able to control his emotions? Is he easily moved by the crowd, or is he very gullible? Talk to me. Let me help you. Let's look at line 10. What exactly is the problem? He asked. He deliberated, pitched his voice low, soft, cool, reasonable, as if to rebuke my loudmouth hysteria. What do you think now? I'm seeing B, able to control his emotions. B, precisely. B. The use of italics of the word problems suggested that. Line 12. Let's see if we can finish by 12, which is already 12. Let's go. Line 12, 11, 12. The problem, not problem, problems. These conspirators in high places, these stooges. So what do we think it is? The use of the word problem suggests that what? Easy mark this. D, precisely, multiple problems. The incident in the passage is most likely a rally, town meeting, church meeting, political meeting. What is it? B, town meeting, sure. D, then you change it to B. Not sure. Let's look. Let's look again. There is an indecent concurrence on the island. Where is it again? Wrote them in connection with our rally. So it is indeed a rally. And that is the end of 2010. Now I'm going to give you guys a 1 minute break to drink with water, get in a snack. 1 minute break. So I'm going to start 2017 and then we'll work our way back. So we're going to jump to 2017 and then work our way back. So let's see how, listen, we're going to do the next paper within 1 hour. 1 hour from 12 to 1. Oh, 12 to 1 already? So half hour. We're going to do one paper in a half hour and then another paper in another half hour. and then we're going to have to probably extend it to 1:30, and then you guys take a half-hour break for 1:30 to 2 o'clock. All right, deal? We can do it. We can press. We can push. All right, good. Half-hour break. Half-hour break. Let's go. Taking a half-hour break. Quick, quick, quick. Let me share the intermission screen. Hmm? No, from 1:30 to the something. To the something. Wait, name. Yeah, 1:32 for the something. Wait, name. You remember for the wait name? You know what I mean, Bill? All right, guys. So are we all ready now? Are we all back? Hydrated? Fed? Are we good now? Let me check the. Yes, ready. Let's go. All right, guys. 2017. All right. Each sentence in this section has one underlined word or phrase. Choose from 4 suggested answers, the word or phrase which is closer to opposite in the meaning. And here we go. So this one closest to opposite. Again, we are doing the antonyms. We found her appreciative of the help that we had given her on this matter. What do we say? C, which is C. Wait, what year is this? This is 2017. It is indeed C, ungrateful for. So this is the opposite. Number 2, while the employers approved of his work habits, they objected to his radical views. What do you say? Anybody? A, capitalist. Sure. Capitalist? What does capitalist mean? Somebody. Which other word? What does capitalist mean? Somebody find it. Somebody find it quickly. What does capitalist mean? So remember that we said the answer is indeed D. Because remember that we said that the radical is trying to do something, right? Radical is trying to do something out of the norm. You're advocating for some sort of change. But the conservative is the more traditional. Remember that, right? Conservative is the more traditional. So it's in fact D. Number 3, at the sound of the bell, the lower forms went reluctantly back to their classroom. What do we say for that one? Right? It is indeed A. Reluctantly is more of a slow pace, right? Kind of dragging yourself, and it is indeed A. The guest speaker's address was devoid of humor, and this made persons uneasy. Before A, correct, full of. Devoid of means to lack. As a result of the available evidence, the accused was apprehended and no further action was taken. Apprehended. What's the antonym for that one? Precisely, released. All right, we're gonna move a bit quicker, guys. All right, Janan.
All right, item 6 to 10. Each sentence has either 1 or 2 words missing. Choose from the 4 options, a word or pair of words which best completes the meaning of the sentence. So number 6, despite his being somewhat short-tempered, his willingness to give of his wealth to help others to succeed led people to call him recent reports. Benevolent, right. Okay. Question 7. When parents display a dash for one child, the others are likely to feel right. That's the best fit. D. to preference, and they're likely to feel jealous. Number 8, an attack on someone when that person is most vulnerable may be dash, but is always dash. Right, it's also D as well, great. Number 9, while the committee members dash insults across the floor, the chairman tried in vain to dash order. Excellent, yes, it's A, hurled and restore order, right. Number 10, are you trying to dash that all along he knew of the plot to host the committee? Awesome, it's D, right, insinuate. Are you trying to insinuate?
All right, so this is a long one. Each sentence in this section is followed by 4 sentences, A, B, or D. Choose the sentence nearest in meaning to the original, right? So Mary still wanted to marry John even though he had lost all his money. We have A, Mary agreed to marry John although he had lost all his money. Or B, the loss of all John's money did not affect Mary's wish to marry him. C, John's money did not matter to Mary who still wanted to marry him. Or D, Mary intended to marry John even if he were to lose all his money. Everyone is saying B, which is indeed correct. 12, no right-thinking person who has lived in the country will fail to understand my disgust at noise. A, every right-thinking person will understand my disgust at noise in the country. B, noise in the country is as disgusting to me as it is to all right-thinking people. C, my disgust at noise will be understood by any right-thinking person who has lived in the country. Or D, it is inconceivable that a right-thinking person in this country could fail to understand my disgust at noise. What do we say? C is indeed correct. Wonderful. 13, the youth of the country need to organize themselves into cooperatives in order to support the Prime Minister's drive for self-sufficiency. Is it A, cooperatives are the only means by which the Prime Minister's plan for self-sufficiency could be achieved by youth? B, the Prime Minister advised the youth to get into cooperative groups so that they could support his plan for self-sufficiency. C, the youth should show their support for the Prime Minister's plans for self-sufficiency by organizing themselves into cooperatives. Or is it D, in order to support the plan for self-sufficiency, the youth need to organize themselves and cooperate with the Prime Minister? Everyone is saying C, and that is indeed correct. Let's look at number 14. Going well, guys. Excellent. Keep it moving. Realizing that her suitcase was left on the bus, the woman desperately tried to attract the conductor's attention. A, when the desperate woman realized that she was leaving the bus without her suitcase, she tried to attract the conductor's attention. Is it B, the woman became aware of the fact that she had no longer had her suitcase and did her best to catch the attention of the bus conductor? Is it C, the woman made all attempts to attract the conductor's attention to the suitcase which she had left on the bus? Or is it D, the conductor's attention was attracted by the woman who in desperation had forgotten her suitcase on the bus? Everyone is saying B, which is correct. Let's look at 15. Europeans who were not well off were those who came to the West Indies in search of wealth. Is it A, Europeans settled in the West Indies because they were told that they would become richer? Is it B, unemployment at home, caused Europeans to come to the West Indies to seek their fortune? Is it C, financial difficulties at home made Europeans who came to the West Indies decide to settle there? Or is it B, Europeans who came to the West Indies to seek their fortunes were the ones who were not wealthy? Nice. The answer is indeed D. We're moving swiftly, guys. I like it. Let's go. Janan?
All right, C. All right, let's quickly run through this. 16 to 20, part D. Sorry. All right, so as usual, we are going to analyze the questions. We're going to see whether they have faulty diction, where's the error, where's the standard bite, is it perfect as is? So we're going to just highlight the errors in these sentences. So number 16, We could reach the survivors neither by boat or by plane, and so we abandoned our search as futile. I'm seeing a debate between D and B. The answer is B. Usually when we use neither, it's followed by nor, neither nor. And when we use either, it's followed by or, either or. So for 16, the answer is B, which should be nor, that. 17, I formed the brilliant idea of climbing the fence and to hang from the top of the rail until the bull went away. Definitely C. All right, number 18. She was not feeling well at the beginning of the journey, and sitting at the front of the car made her feel worse.
Hold on, Jay. Be honest, you don't understand. All right, let me quickly something. We're right there. B already starts out with a present continuous form of the verb. It's the climbing. The present continuous. What you're doing in the present and you're continuously doing it until you finish eventually. So that's a climbing. And then what C is saying, and to hang, that is just the infinitive form of the verb. What you need right there is another present continuous. So you say you formed the brilliant idea. Well, no, actually that's the past continuous. It has formed. So I formed the brilliant idea of climbing the fence and hanging from the top of the wheel. Understand? A bit clearer now? Right, so that's a past continuous. So you need the past continuous because you use it for climbing, so you have to use it for hanging. All right.
All right, thank you. All right, number 18. She was not feeling well at the beginning of the journey, and sitting at the front of the car made her feel worse. Absolutely, the answer is D. There's no error in the sentence. Number 19. My ambition is to have a good job and to further my studies at one of the more prestigious universities. Is this a new submission? Oh, I'm seeing B, I'm seeing C. Any other responses? I'm seeing C, D.
Well, right here, guys, I think the answer would have been D. Because why? Let me tell you why. It says my ambition is to have a good job, which is true, and to further studies, which is good. I think you're having the contention with one of the more. It is a more of a no. It is acceptable. You're saying you're making a comparison to more than one university. And you're talking about the upper echelon of university. So you say you want to go to one of the more prestigious universities, right? So you're making comparison with all the other universities. So you're comparing an ideal university to another ideal university. So you're comparing them, and you want to go to one of the more prestigious ones. Finalities. Understood? Yes. Okay, great. 20.
Okay, number 20. The better of the two athletes claim.
The answer is D. No error.
The better of the two athletes claim never to have used the dangerous drugs found in his possession. What are we looking at? Right. B.
Awesome. Excellent. Let's keep it moving, guys. A bad day. Another point. A bad day. We're going to read the following poem carefully, answer Answer items 10, 21 to 30 on the basis of what was stated or implied. A bad day. I cannot smile today, nor be pleased today. I do not like people today, and particularly hate children today. Today I am sad. Today I am mad at everybody and everything. I hurt today. I can't love today, nor see beauty today. I wish the wind away. No, I can't be happy today. I looked down the future today and began to die today. That's by Cynthia Wilson, A Bad Day. Now, which of the following is not true of the poet? Is it A, she cannot smile? B, she cannot be sad today? Is it C, she does not love children? Or D, she cannot see beauty in anything? Not true. Not true, right, not true. It is in fact B. She cannot be sad today. Right, excellent. 22. Which of the following words best describe the poet's mood? 22. Best describe the poet's mood. Is it jovial? Is it anxious? Is it right? The answer is in D. In fact, D, melancholy. The word particularly, line 4, is near C meaning to, and particularly hate children today. 23. I think C. It is in fact C. Excellent. Good work, guys. 24. Which of the following is an example of alliteration? Alliteration. Precisely. Wish the wind away. The W's. Excellent. Excellent. 25. The word repeat, the poet repeats the word today for what? What reason? Is it balance, emphasis, consistency, or enhancement? What do we think it is? I'm seeing B. Excellent. It's in fact emphasis. Today. The word nor see beauty, line 10, means that what? The poet cannot A, see nature, see her friend, tolerate people, or appreciate anything. I'm seeing D, and that is exactly the answer. 27. I look down the future today. Line 14 is an example of what? Looks down the future. Looked down the future. I'm seeing B. Are we sure it's B? Somebody open your mic and tell me what a metaphor is. Brenna, what's a metaphor? You're making a comparison, but a personification. Personification? What's a personification?
Giving inanimate things lifelike qualities.
Right. So what you're doing here, all right, giving lifelike traits to non-living things. However, the metaphor only does what? Compares. What are we comparing in line 14? We're not really comparing anything in line 14. But what the poet is trying to do in this case is trying to give the girls present with the future. Not necessarily. Look down the future today. Look down the future today. Think about it. Isn't it more of a personification? Are we seeing any personification come out of it? I'm asking, no guys, I'm asking. Kamisha is seeing it. Only I can and tell me why you're seeing it, Kamisha. It's saying that what is happening now is going to affect her later. But being a personification, there is no strong personifier there. Excellent. I was just testing you guys. It is in fact a metaphor. I'm just testing you guys. Good job. It is in fact a metaphor because this is a very debated question in the whole English group. So it is in fact a metaphor. It's a comparison between her future and her past self. Good job. Just a test. The poet began to die today, probably because what? Line 15. What do you think? Line 15. She began to die today. What do you think? Right here, so. It is in fact C. Future events did not look promising. 29. The mood of the poem can be described as what? Best described as what? Mood of the poem. Best described as apprehensive. Interesting. Brianna said, wait. Elena said A. Jada said A. I agree with the A. It's somewhat depressing. Somewhat depressing. Yes, she's holding back some stuff, but it's more depressing. The whole mood of the poem is more depressing. Right, more depressing. The poet's intention is to what? What's the intention? Express her state of being, show us her dislike of children, demonstrate her hatred, or encourage herself to be contented. What do we say? It is indeed A. Well done. It is indeed A. All right, we'll move on. I'm going to quickly read this for John and then we start. Read the following extract carefully, 31, 39 on the basis and state what is implied. Don't take it to heart. Shark, life's got plenty lessons to teach you. Pardon. This bush does reduce you to an animal, and then you got to fight your way back to prove you're a man. You better get moving and don't let sundown catch you before you reach Nameless River. I left half of my supplies with bulla and tonic, poured boiling water into the barrel of the rifle, tested the action of the boat and set out. I knew bulla and tonic were watching me, but I didn't look back. I walked quickly, feeling my prospective knife slapping against my thigh. The forest darkened and my footsteps sounded loud under the tall trees. I wasn't afraid of animals or snakes, and for the first time I felt certain that I would overtake my uncle and Santos. The only fear I knew was for the thing I was about to do with no witness but God and the forest trees. But this fear was remote as I swung downhill. The sense of being alone filled me with particular gladness. I looked up at the sun and quickened my pace. I saw Nameless River from a hilltop. The molasses black stream flowed by 100 yards away. For a long time I stood still, watching every movement below and scanning the far bank of the river. I descended stealthily until I came to a mora tree which leaned over the river. I hid my balata pouch between the rocks and crouched down to wait. Donna?
Awesome, thank you. Number 31. The expression, this bush does reduce you to an animal, lines 1 to 2 implies that shark would. That's correct, C, because we can look at it now in reality. We have this instinct as humans to, well, in oral lightness, we have this instinct to act according to our environment. So how we act at home, school, work, it's very different. So it's the same thing being applied here. So 32, the advice given to Shark in the first sentence was meant to warn him that. Let's see A, let's see C. So let's look at the first sentence. Don't take it to heart, Shark. Life's got plenty lessons to teach you, yet, partner, this bush does not. This bush does reduce you to an animal. And it goes on. So the advice given to Shark in the first sentence was meant to warn him that A, he should not be in the bush after dark. B, he could miss seeing the river in the dark. C, he should be careful about dangerous animals in the bush. Or D, there were things he did not yet know about life. D. Right. Number 33. The forest darkened. Line 67 suggests that day. Whether the sun had set by this time, trees leaned over the river, sun made trees create shadows, or trees were blocking out the sunlight. Let's look at line 67. All right, so I knew right here. I knew Bulla and Tonic were watching me, but I did not look back. Okay. I walked quickly, feeling my prospecting knife slapping against my thigh. The forest darkened, and my footsteps sounded loud under the tall trees. So let's go back to question 33. The forest darkened suggests that day. Right. The sun had set by this time. All right. 34. The phrase molasses black, line 12 describes. So let's go line 12. Right. The molasses black stream flowed by 100 yards away. All right. So let's scroll back up. Let's scroll down to 34, the question. So what did we get from that? The molasses black, what is it describing? Right, A, the color of the water. So 35, the conclusion we may draw about shark, quote unquote, scanning the far bank, line 13, is that he was either A, Clay, what is this word? Right, examining carefully, glimpsed the bank, peering through the bushes, looking at the trees nearby. All right. So line 13, yes, we can all agree that it's A, examining carefully. Right. 36, the phrase is scanning the far bank, line 13. Descended stealthily, line 13. Hid my pouch, line 14. Crouched down, line 15. Show that shark is. So this answer is between lines 13 and 14. All right, let's go back to the question. So was it A, looking for a friend, B, expecting an attack from animals, C, expecting someone who was not a friend, D, searching for a place to set up camp? Let's go again. Because I'm seeing where A and C are. Let's go back to the question, because I'd say otherwise. I say B, expecting an attack from animals. Isn't that so?
Right, that makes sense.
B. All right, 37. Based on the extract, the only feeling Shark did not experience was the whole extract was given the idea that he was indeed alone. He was basically put on his cue to expect this, expect that. Apparently, whoever was giving him the advice was not there with him. He was alone. He's on edge. So he was experiencing that. He was experiencing fear. He was experiencing anticipation, but he said did not experience. And I believe that's satisfaction D. Are you seeing that? Scroll up, please. Look at the whole mood of the extract. All right. "38. The concluding sentence of this extract would A, suggest that Shark expected someone or something to appear at any moment. Here we have anticipation coming out. B, indicates that Shark was tired and wished to take a short rest. C, summarizes the events which took place. Or D, indicates that Shark had achieved his goal. So let's go to the concluding sentence. All right, guys, so the answer is A. It suggests that Shark expected someone or something to appear at any moment, right? So 39, which of the following suggested titles best suits the extract? Nameless River, Lessons in Life, Lost in the Wild, Tracking in the Bush. I'd say Tracking in the Bush. All right, let's go on. Right, that's D. All right, now we move on to another extract.
This one another lengthy one, guys, so prepare yourselves. Oh. All right, so this one says, read the following passage carefully and then answer item 40 to 47 in the base of the word. Stated and implied. Of all the terrifying circumstances to which one's home is vulnerable, nothing equals the experience of having a guest who stares straight at one's bookshelves. It is not the possibility that he is judging one's faith that is frightening, but the fact that one's sense of discrimination is exposed by one's books. Indeed, most people would prefer to see the guests first scan, then peer and turn away in boredom or disapproval. Too often, the eyes, dark with calculation, shift from title to title, as from girl to girl in an overheated dance hall. Nor is that the worst. It is when those eyes stop moving that the heart stops too. The guest's body twitches. His hand floats up to where his eyes have led. There is nothing to be done. You freeze, he smiles. You hear the question, even as it forms. Would you mind if I borrowed this book? Mind? Why should I mind? The fact that I came upon that book in a Paris bookstall in April 1959, the 13th, I believe it was, the afternoon, it was drizzling, that I found it after searching all Europe and North America for a copy, that it is dog-eared at passages that mean more to my life than my heartbeat. Should I mind that you seek to take all that away? that I will undoubtedly never get it back, then even if you actually return it to me one day, I will be wizened. You cavalier. And the book spoiled utterly by your mishandling. Mind? Not at all. Hope you enjoy it. Thanks, I'll bring it back next week. No rush, take your time, liar. No, not that there is any known way to avoid these exchanges. One has books, one has friends, they are bound to meet. Charles Lamb, who rarely complained, waxed livid on the subject. Your borrowers of books, those mutilators of collections, spoilers of the symmetry of shells and creators of odd volumes. But how are such people to be put off? The non-return of borrowed books is a custom as old as books themselves. Still, this custom contradicts nature. In every other such situation, the borrower becomes a slave to the lender. There is certainly, this is certainly true with money. Yet it is not all true with books. For the same reason as a book borrower feels that a book once taken is now his own. This removes both memory and guilt from the transaction, making matters worse. The lenders believe it too. According to the writer in lines 1 to 9, what's the most frightening thought that occurs when a guest stares at your bookshelves? Is it that he will be bored of your selection? Is it that he would ask to borrow one of your favorite books that he might show disapproval in the taste, or he will be distracted from the important business at hand by looking at your books? What do you think? Number 40. And so that lines 1 to 9. Anybody? Anybody? I'm saying B from Brianna. One more person, B from Jada. Yes, it is indeed B. The fear that, you'll eventually ask for one to borrow one of your favorite books. The guest looks from title to title as from girl to girl in an overheated dance hall. This comparison is indeed to suggest a feeling of what? Whatever feeling does this give you? Anticipation. Right, correct. 42, the writer used a series of short sentences in line 7 to 8 to suggest this feeling of what? What do you think? Series of short sentences. Line 7, 5, 6, 7. He floats up to where his hand is. There is nothing to be done. You freeze, he smiles. Then the question forms. What do you think it is? D. D is in fact correct. Apprehension. The writer in paragraph 2, lines 10 to 15 describes in detail how he obtained the book in order to. And remember, that's all in brackets. So that was not said. It was all in his mind. What do you think the answer is? What do you think? It's explain to the reader as to why he's so attached to the book. It's make the guest aware of how he came to the book, show the reader that he did not mind, or give his guest the background necessary to understand what the book is about. It is in fact A, Jada, correct? Also note the use of the parentheses, or the brackets as people call it. This was not said. All of this was not said. It was just in the other guy's mind, well, the guy who's lending the book's mind, right? This was all in his mind, just for us to know what he's thinking. So it wasn't said. Right, so it's A. Number 44, the word mind, line 15, is written in italics because the author wishes to emphasize A, how much he minds lending the book to his friend, B, that his thoughts are not spoken aloud to his friend, C, how much of a history that particular book has, or D, that he does not mind lending the friend the book at all. Someone is saying A or B. Pick one. Someone is saying A. Someone says think it's A. A, how much he minds then in the book. B, that his thoughts are not spoken aloud. Someone saying C. Why somebody not say D too? The answer is in fact C. We can see from here to here the two uses of the mind, but even the one at the last one. And he said that he remember the exact date him by it, saying run up and down Europe and North America trying to find a copy. Right? Should I mind that you want to take it all away from me like that, that I will undoubtedly never get it back? This is in fact the use of showing how much history and how much value that particular book has to him. It is in fact C. So the word mind in line 15 is written in italics just to show you how much of a history. It's emphasizing the history that the particular book has to it. So he's telling you all this and saying, mind, are you crazy? If I really mind, you know how much value that book has to me? Any clearer? Everybody understand? You're right. It's showing the history that the book has. Let's look at 45. In line 19, the writer uses square brackets to indicate that the word in these brackets is an expansion of those not in the brackets, parallels with those words not in the brackets, contradicts those words not in the brackets, or is there to emphasize that, there to emphasize those words not in the brackets. What do you say? Line 16 to 18. It is in fact C. It contradicts those words that are not in the brackets, which are the words that were said. 46. One has books, one has friends, they are bound to meet. Line 20 to 21. This statement implies that it is one has books, one has friends, they are bound to meet. That it is, in fact, inevitable that books will be borrowed by one's friends. Correct. 47. According to the writer, which of the following is true? What's 43 and 44? Wait. 43 was 43. I think that was A, and 44 was C. We're now at 40, we got 45, 46, we just did a while ago, which was B, and 47 now. According to the writer, which of the following is true? No problem, Ariana. According to the writer, which of the following is true? The borrower of books never raised the question of money. The borrower of books only returns the books because of the sense of guilt. The borrower is more inclined to remember the books than money, or the borrower of money becomes a slave to the lender. Which one is true? Brianna says a B. Let's look back at it. Right here. Still this custom contradicts nature. In every other situation, the borrower becomes a slave to the lender. This is certainly true with money. Yet it's not always true with books. For some reason, a borrower of the book feels that a book once taken is now his own. This removes both memory and guilt from the transaction, making matters worse. The lender believes it too. What do we say? Brianna says A. Anybody else? Anybody else? Read again quickly. Still, this custom contradicts nature. It is in every other situation, the borrower becomes a slave to the lender. This is certainly true with money, right? Yeah, you're just seeing the money. Okay, this is certainly true with money. Yet it is not all true with books. For some reason, a book borrower feels that a book once taken is now his own. This removes both memory and guilt from the transaction, making matters worse for the lender. So is it that the borrower of books never raises a question of money? The borrower of book only returns the book because of a sense of guilt? So that is not true. The borrower is more inclined to remember books than money, or the borrower of the money becomes a slave to the lender. It is in fact B. It is in fact B. Boy, another one. All right, I'm gonna read this quickly again. Ready? Read the following carefully. Answer 48 to 55. Guys have to finish it by 1 o'clock. So let's go. This is an open request to try to find who is the brain behind traffic management in Paulo. Does anybody know? I have tried traffic branch, not them. Highways, not them. Planning and development, not them. In fact, nobody wants to take responsibility for certain decisions, and that mess and the mess that results. For example, Mission Road was made one way north to south. Great idea. It worked. No traffic jams. In fact, many people were charged for going the wrong way up a one-way street. Then suddenly it's back to a two-way and traffic for so. Same is true of Stoke Street. Somebody changed the stop sign at the corner for a few weeks, then changed it back. Nobody knows why. But the best is Celestial Road in St. John, which is Heaven, sorry. Somebody made this road from which apart from Broadway is the widest street in Paulo, a no parking street. Either side, anytime, and the Wrecker is profiting from this. There are 4 major office buildings on this road, all of which provide underground parking for staff. So some, usually the lower paid, have to park elsewhere. And these are the persons whose cars the wrecker is taking away all day, every day. Again, the small man suffers. Oh, there's an exception. If you have a Canadian High Commission sticker, you can park and the wrecker will not touch your diplomatic car. Maybe we could all become diplomats. Then again, the 2 narrowest streets in Paulo allow parking. Try the Lino Street off Abilene. You can hardly pass. Who is the brain behind this mess? It seems the more cars you put on the road, the less parking somebody wants to allow. Who is this brain? No doubt a small man with a big car who has no name. Go ahead, John.
The writer uses the word brain. Line 1 is meant to either A, make fun of the decisions, B, exaggerate the traffic problems, C, create a comparison of streets, or D, compliment those responsible. More responses?
Yeah.
All right, yes, A. Make fun of the decisions, all right. 49. When the writer repeats not them in paragraph 1, he implies that he is choosing someone to complain to. No one knows who is in charge of the traffic management. No one wants to accept responsibility for the traffic situation. Exactly, C. That's right. No one wants to accept responsibility for the traffic situation. All right, number 50. Stoke Street, line 7, Celestial Road, line 9, and Delino Street, line 17 can be best considered as assigned parking space for diplomats, examples to support. Exactly, there are examples to support, correct. 51, the writer's tone can be described as C, sarcastic. 52, the last sentence of the letter is similar to paragraph 5 because both of them, the A, mention cars, B, express disgust, C, are complimentary, or D, contain rhetorical questions. So where are we saying D? Anyone?
Open the mics, guys. Anybody who answered get a credit?
Why D as opposed to the other? All right, so 52, the answer is express disgust. Or 53, the letter was most likely published in a newspaper, press release, tourist brochure, school magazine. A, B, C, or D? Right, A, it's a newspaper. 54, the author of this passage is most likely A, motorist, pedestrian, traffic warden, government official. Exactly, it's a motorist. Correct. 55, again, the small man suffers. Line 14 implies that the small man is often. Correct, it's disadvantaged, that's right.
All right. All right, so here we have an advertisement, but again, for the sake of time, we're gonna look at it and answer the question. Take a quick glance. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's answer the questions below. According to the information provided, the main theme of the symposium is what? Anybody? Main theme. And this was the options: youth, drug abuse, adolescent health, and STDs. It is in fact A. No, C, sorry, C. The answers are, yeah, right, C. Which of the following group is not a sponsor of the symposium? So let's find the sponsors. Youth, education, National Council on Drug Abuse, Conference of Churches, Christian Council, Muslim Youth Association, and Hindu Youth Council. So which one is not the sponsor? I did not remember seeing B, the Ministry of Health. Which of the following words can be best replace the word symposium in the advertisement? It is in fact B, a conference. Where are we now? We are now at 59. How can those who want to participate register for the event? Let's scroll up and let's look for registration, something that talks about registration. Anybody see it? How to attend? Call Yvonne Dalton, complete registration form and return it to the Ministry of Youth. I'm seeing someone say A, and it is in fact A. Call the Ministry of Youth, speak to Yvonne Dalton. Let's look at number 60. All of the following groups are specifically invited to attend, except, let's look at the groups. Groups. Interested members of the public, youth group members, healthcare professionals, students in medical science, and the answer is in fact C. Parents of young people were not mentioned. All right, guys. I want to see how you guys feel. Do you guys want to do another year and end at 1:30? Or yes, that was really fast because we caught up on the pace. So What do you say? Do another year, or we break here and then the paper 2 at 2? What do you say? Ariana said yes, please. All right, let us do 2012. 2012. All right. Yes, this is a marathon. We're trying to cover as many areas as we can. 2012. Are you ready? And guys, you might realize that there are a lot of repeating questions, right? This is what that is what we aim to see. A lot of repeating questions, right? So that is what we practice. And you can also expect to see a couple repeat questions so you can breathe through the exam. And look at this. Oh my gosh, look how many repeat questions are there. Almost all of them. The manager said, oh guys, look at this, all repeat questions. So we can just probably skip this, right? A lot of repeat questions. So yes, man, we all know the answers for these. Let's hurry up and speed through them. So complaint, compliments, rise, decline, compassionate, indifferent, retrench, employ, and constructive. Oh, this one is a new one. Constructive criticism is appreciated and encouraged by, right, repeat questions, Rihanna, right? Constructive criticism is appreciated and encouraged by some of our peers, and the opposite would have been negative, right, B. And we also see a lot of repeat questions here, as Janan did earlier. Janan, you want to take over?
As I mentioned before, guys, these are repeat questions, right? Mm-hmm. So 6 is B. Remember, between and among. Mm-hmm. 7 is A. 8, we have A. 9, we have B. And 10, right. 7 is D. Mm-hmm. And 10, we have B.
Wait, no man. Oh, 7. All right, yeah, 7 is B. Yeah, 7 is B. Yes. And reached with the 10, right? 10 was?
10 looks new. All right. His teacher had come to believe over the years that he was exceptional, bright for his age. We're seeing the error here. Right, it's B. Exceptional should be exceptionally. All right. Moving on.
All right, now we have the speed section. All right, nearest in meaning to the original sentence, right? So let's go. The bright color of the bird distinguished it from the others flying across the pale sky. Is it A, the bright colors of the bird contrasted with the pale sky while it was flying? Is it B, the pale sky made the birds noticeable while flying as they had bright colors? Is it C, the pale sky made the birds distinguished, particularly the one with bright colors? Or is it D, the bird was easily recognized because it was the one with bright colors? I'm seeing a lot of persons saying B. Let's check B. The pale sky made the birds noticeable while flying as they had bright colors. Look again, it is in fact D. Correct, Jada. Why is it? No, Elena, correct. Wait, hold on. Who am I supposed to correct to? D, right? There's so many persons saying B and D. It's D, guys. D. Brianna, right? D. Look at it. The B is saying the pale sky made the birds noticeable while flying as they had bright colors. However, the original sentence said what? The bright color of the bird distinguished it from the others flying across the pale sky. So it did not mention that all the birds were colorful against the pale sky. No. D, which said the bird was easily recognized because it was the only one among the flock with a bright color against the pale sky. Yes? Good on that? Yes. Talk to me quick. Awesome. Let's go. 12. Boys were expected to opt only for technical drawing and agriculture, but a few chose home economics, although their parents discouraged them. Now let's go. Only boys were expected to choose technical drawing and agriculture, but a few opted to opted for home economics against the wishes of their parents? Is it B, parents discouraged their boys from choosing home economics and expected them to opt only for technical drawing and agriculture? Is it C, a few boys opted to do home economics against the wishes of their parents, although they were expected to choose only technical drawing and agriculture? Or is it D, discouraged by their parents, a few boys chose technical drawing and agriculture rather than home economics? What do you say? And guys, you have to go through this section a bit more meticulously because answers are extremely close. Brianna changed her answer 2 times. I wonder why. What does anybody else say? Brianna says B or C. My bad. Which one? Pick one. C all the way, she said. Anybody else? Jada says C. All right, let's look at C. A few boys opted to do home economics against the wishes of their parents, although they were expected to choose only technical drawing. This one said boys were expected to do what? Opt only for technical drawing and agriculture, but a few chose home economics, although their parents discouraged them. This is saying a few boys opted to do home economics against the wishes of their parents, although they were expected to choose technical drawing. 12 also says B, parents discouraged their boys from choosing home economics and expected them to opt only for technical drawing and agriculture. Which one do we say again? Parents discouraged their boys from choosing home economics, right? And expected them to opt only for technical drawing and agriculture. C says a few boys opted to do home economics, right? Against the wishes of their parents, which is true, although they were expected to choose only technical drawing and agriculture. C all the way, and I agree with you. It is C. Let's look at 13. Recent floods have made the roads impassable. Is it A, people are unable to travel because of the floods? Is it B, because of heavy showers, commuters were forced to detour? Is it C, the roads cannot be used as a result of the floods? Or is it D, traveling has been brought to a standstill because of the floods? What do we say here? This one is a very rough question. I know many persons struggle with this one. What do we say? I'm seeing an answer B, somebody says C. All right. All right, let's analyze B and C. B right here, so it's saying because of heavy showers, commuters were forced to detour. The original sentence had nothing to do with any detour. Guys, don't add anything to the sentence and don't subtract anything from it. It's supposed to have the same essence and the same meaning. Good? What C is saying, which is really the answer, is that the roads cannot be used, impassable, right? As a result of the floods. I know a lot of persons always say A and B, is people are unable to travel because of the floods. Not necessarily. They can travel by other means, really. Can take plane, boat, anything. And others choose D, traveling has been brought to a standstill. No, not necessarily. Any other means can be used to travel. Clear on that? Okay. Number 14. So engrossed was he in his task that he did not hear his sister enter the room. What do we say for that one? A, B, C, or D? His task was so difficult that he did not observe his sister's entry. Is that he did not hear his sister enter the room because of the job that he was doing? Is it C, his sister's entry did not attract his attention because he was enjoying what he was doing? Or is it D, he was so preoccupied with what he was doing that he was unaware of his sister's entry? What do we say to that? I am seeing D, and I also agree with Jada and Elena. It is in fact D. 15. Although you have the right to dissent, you have to be careful that you do not disregard the established rules and regulations, or you may be expelled. Is it A, you will be expelled whenever you show disregard for established rules and regulations, although you are right to dissent? Is it B, when you dissent and show disregard for established rules and regulations, you may be expelled? Is it C, showing disregard for established rules and regulations when you dissent will cause you to be expelled? Or is it D, you can disagree, but you have to be cautious not to flout established rules and regulations, or it may bring your expulsion? What do you say? I think a lot of persons said D. I do in fact agree. To dissent really means to oppose an idea, and to flout means that you openly disregard it. So D is in fact the answer. All right, Janan.
All right. For this section, we're going to choose the error in the sentence or let the sentence remain as is. So for number 16, practice for beginners in this course will commence at precisely 10 o'clock. Error or no error? Exactly. 16 is A. 17, the principal sent the boy to purchase some stationery. Am I saying A? What's for 17? What are we thinking? Someone saying D? The answer is indeed C, Elena. When we look at the word stationary, you have stationary with A-R-Y, which means to be fixed or immobile, while stationary with the E-R-Y is the paper, the pens, the books, etc. So of course, C is the odd one out, right? Number 18, an honorary degree is sometimes conferred on someone who has performed creditably, you see? Creditably in the community. So then and there. What are we saying for 18? I'm saying D. Let us zoom in at B. Is that how we spell conferred? Right. Double R. That's right. So the answer is B. 19. It is my privilege to give you some advice concerning proper nutrition. I realize, no, let's. Right. So SC should be CE. Number 20. The minister complained that personnel assigned to customer care was insufficient. Sorry, I get that for 20. It is indeed A. 2 N's, 1 L, personnel. All right, so let's move on.
Excellent. And guys, look at this.
I repeat, extract. Look at that.
Repeat extract, repeat questions.
So let's quickly fill them in.
All right, so 21, you know that the answer is? Come guys, I'm supposed to have those 5 days. Come, fire them at me. 21. Thank you, it's C. 22. What are the things again?
A.
Vehicles, A, wonderful. 23. The following words suggest the driver's destiny. C, write obituaries. 24, the poet, prone to fatalities. It was Sundays, good. The same, nearly the same as the title, Beat the Light. We said A, good job. The poet is recommending that drivers drive. Is it slowly, quickly, recklessly, carefully? It is in fact D, drive carefully. 27, what is the poet's tone? It is in fact sarcastic. And 28, what is the poem referring to in line 19? Overtaking. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Let's keep it moving. All right, ready again. Ready up your ears. Read the passage carefully and answer. It took me a little time to realize that we were actually in a whirlpool and that the whirlpool was remorselessly carrying us nearer and nearer to its central pit. The din of the rushing water was terrific. I could see the pilot's lips move as he shouted instructions to the captain, who was trying to coax a last burst of of power from the engine. The two members of the crew were draped over the tiller, and their faces were whiter than I've ever seen them before. The water was all hell-bent in one direction, as smooth and purposeful as a racing car. Round and round it went, spiraling down gradually towards a black pit in the center. The pit looked as if it had no bottom. Another crazy idea flashed through my mind. Our pilot earned his living by salvaging sunken ships. Had he diabolically plotted to sink the Compirer so that he could raise her? No, we were halfway down the slope of the whirlpool and shooting around at a speed that made one's head reel. The inside of the bowl was like translucent blue glass, and one could not help being struck by the beauty of it, as well as the terror. The ship showed no tendency to roll over its arm into the pit. It rode at a crazy tilt, its decks lying parallel to the tilted surface of the water. Still, we felt no tendency to slide, the centrifugal force of the revolution perhaps holding us in place. All this, which takes so long to tell, happened within a few seconds. We had not yet begun to think. Thinking came hard, not only because of the nauseating whirl, but because of the thunder above us, where the rim of the whirlpool ground against the non-revolving waters, and the peculiar sucking scream that came from the pit below. That scream, our sailors believed, came from the water spirits that were waiting to receive us. I tried to calculate our chances. We could hang on and go down with the ship. The buoyancy of her timbers would probably bring her up at some distant point. But the point might be too distant and we might be drowned in the meantime, as well as thoroughly ripped by jagged rocks that were known to line the bottom. Then I thought of what we had read the night before. Something about satisfying a whirlpool by feeding it with an oar. I picked up an oar, one that belonged to our dinghy, and threw it so that it fell across the pit. It spun madly around a dozen times or more, then up-ended and plunged straight down out of sight. The funnel was now clogged with disturbed water due to the interruption, but the effect was not great enough to alter the fate awaiting us.
29. The writer uses the phrase spiraling down gradually to, this is in line 7. Explain how the ship was moving, describe the movement of the whirlpool, make the comparison with the racing car. Right, Brianna, the answer is B. Describe the movement of the whirlpool. All right, 30. In paragraph 2, that's lines 8 to 10, the narrator's thoughts about the pilot reveal that he... So let's look at lines 8 to 10 quickly. So that pit looked as if it had no bottom. Another crazy idea flashed through my mind. Our pilot earned his living by salvaging sunken ships. Had he diabolically plotted to sink the Compirer so that he could raise her? All right, so let's go back to the question. 30. All right. What were the thoughts? What did this reveal? Yes, Jada. The smoothness and speed of the water. Wait, hold on. That's 30. Suspect that the pilot might have planned their disaster. That's correct, right? 31. To what is the author referring when he writes the beauty of it in line 13? 13. The inside of the ball was like translucent blue-green glass, and one could not help being struck by the beauty of it all, and was as well as the terror. So let's go back to 31. So what is he referring to? Right. B, the shining color of the whirlpool. All right, 32. According to the passage, the ship did not slide, line 15, down the side of the pit because the translucent blue-green pit was shaped like a bow. Ship was tilted at a particularly steep and dangerous angle. The ship was spinning around so quickly that its deck faced the water. Or D, force of rotating water kept the ship away from the center. Let's look at lines 15 quickly. All right. 32. So what are we getting at for 32? D. Yes, Brianna. Force of the rotating water kept the ship away from the center. And the key word in that line 15, was centrifugal force. And that means it drives the object away from the center. All right. So 33. In paragraph 4, lines 17 to 21, thinking became hard because of the noise above them, rim of the whirlpool, non-involving water, sounds of the water. I'm seeing D. It would have been the noise above them. You seeing that? That's 33. All right, 34. Which of the following statements does not refer to the potential danger of the whirlpool? Is it A, the water was all hell-bent in one direction? The pit looked as if it had no bottom? The inside of the bowl was like translucent blue-green glass? Or D, the peculiar sucking scream that came from the pit below? It is indeed C. Thank you, Brianna. All right, 35. The buoyancy of her timbers, lines 22 to 23 suggest that the air load the ship carried would help her float. Lift rafts would buoy the ship up. Wood used in the ship's construction would float easily, or the anchor of the ship would help steady her. 35. Right. 35 is indeed C. Wood used in the ship's construction would float easily. Yes, that's correct. All right, so let's move on.
All right, here we go again. Ready again?
Speed reading section.
At one time, if you wanted a picture, you had to paint or draw it. Tourists took sketch pads, not cameras on vacations. Cameras are a lot quicker and easier to use. Have you ever wondered how they came to be? The first camera was used in the 16th century and it was so large that the artist sat right inside it. The huge camera obscura, as it was called, was a clumsy instrument. It worked on the same principles as our cameras today. A tiny hole in one wall admitted light. On the opposite wall, an image was projected upside down. The artist would sit inside the camera and trace the image until the picture was done. In the 1800s, a demand for quick and inexpensive portraits led to the improvement of this camera. Many inventors contributed the improvement to the image and the camera itself. In the 1700s, the German physicist Johann Schulz discovered that an image can be made by exposing silver salts to light. The problem with that, the image did not last. The first permanent image was obtained by Joseph Nicephore all these names, a French physicist. He exposed a metal plate to light, then engraved the image onto the plate. The earliest actual photograph still in existence was made in this way in 1826. It's a view from Niepce's room, and it took 8 hours to expose. A partner of Niepce, Louis J.M. Daguerre, invented the first practical photographic process, exposing a silver plate to light. He made an image that did not have to be engraved. Instead, he created the image by using chemicals. After his invention was announced in 1839, modern photography took off. The camera had come a long way from its beginnings, and it is now possible for anyone to use a camera and get good, clear photographs. The invention that made this possible are results of many different minds working on the problem. First, to get the image, then to make the image permanent, and finally, to make the process practical. Next time you see a snapshot, remember the achievement of those earlier artists and inventors. This passage is primarily based on what? Of course, it is primarily based on facts. What style of writing can this be classified as? Correct, it is indeed an expository piece. In paragraph 2, the words principles, line 6, means most nearly the same as what? Line 6, you can see it down here. This one. It works on the same principles. Right, laws or precepts, good job. Let's look at 39. The writer used an exclamation mark at the end of paragraph 3, lines 15 in order to do what? What do you think? At the end of line 15. It's a view from Niepce's room, and it took 8 hours to expose. Why do you think them use the exclamation marks? B, to create an effect of shock. Correct. Let's look at 40. The events of the passage have been recorded in logical, future, illogical, or present. Yeah, man, definitely a logical order. Definitely. 41, which of the following is the most suitable title for this passage? Most suitable. Yeah. Right, I'm thinking B as well. Modern photography, line 18, took off when? When what? Modern photography. Line 18. 15, 16, 17, 18. An invention was announced in 1839. Modern photography took off after this invention. So instead, he created it using chemicals. So what do you think? It is in fact D, Brianna. Wonderful. Excellent. Guys are not. Whoa! Oh wait, it is a repeat. Of course, a repeat. Another repeat, guys. Wonderful. I can rest my throat. So we see that these repeats are very, very common.
Right.
Just practice. Go ahead, Jana.
43. Rain, using line 1, mean day. Let's go, guys. We did this already. Right. All right. 44. When the writer repeats not them in paragraph 1, he implies that. 45. Yes, guys. 44 is C. The writer refers to mission road in paragraph 2. Let's visit paragraph 2. Mhm. All right. So let's go again. 45. The writer refers to Mission Road in paragraph 2. All right, C. 46, Stoke Street. Line 6, Celestial Road. Delino Street. These are, what is this? Let's consider that. A or B?
I'm thinking on the lines of A and S. Because think of it like
Support to, you know?
right, because yeah, it supports the idea. Yes, they're good examples, but the proof is more supporting the idea. Understood?
All right. 47. The writer's tone can be described as, right, sarcastic. 48. The last sentence of the letter is similar to paragraph 5 because both of them express disgust. 49. The reason the writer asks the same question twice in the final paragraph is 49. Right, let's see. All right, 50. The letter most likely was published in a newspaper, guys, A. All right, 51. The author of this passage is most likely a motorist. 52. Again, the small man suffers. Line 13 implies that the small man is often B, disadvantaged. Okay. 53. The information in lines 16 to 17 highlights an example of, so lines 15 to 16, sorry, 16 to 17. Then again, the two narrow streets in Boalo, allowing parking. Try the linear street of Abbey Lane. You can hardly pass. It's irony. All right, that's A. All right, 54.
Okay, this is not bad. The tours we offer are truly unique, are very much off the beaten track. We take you into the country to experience the historical, cultural, and breathtaking scenic side highlights of the island. Our rich heritage in farming over the centuries have produced grand plantation mansions surrounded by picturesque little copses with stately royal palms swaying majestically in the easterly trade winds. The neat sugarcane fields sweep down the rolling hills towards the wild East Coast, where miles of untouched beaches are graced with the backdrop of rugged cliffs and the giant breakers of the Atlantic crashing ashore. At Highland Outdoor Tours, the choice is yours. Whether you're the adventurous type or prefer a more laid-back tour, just give us a call and let us advise you. Let's look at 54. The article is most likely extracted from 54. You are saying that the answer is C, and you are definitely correct. The phrase "off the beaten track" line 1 means away from the You're saying C. Try again. Off the beaten track. The beaten track. Someone saying D. Someone saying A. It is in fact B. The popular places. The beaten track refers to places that are trodden frequently. People walk on it enough. It's worn out. Basically, again, you can see it as potholes probably. Right? It takes you somewhere different. Off the beaten track. Understood? So the answer is in fact B. The advertisement promises all of the following except which one? Which one does it not promise? Which one does it not promise? Great surfing, expert advice, sedate enjoyment, or outdoor adventure? Which one does it not? A, right. It didn't say anything about surfing. Crashing, line 7 is an example of what? Crashing, line 7. At Highland, no, that is, where do I start the sentence? The neat sugarcane fields sweep downhill, You're saying be a metaphor? No, it's not a metaphor in this case, Brianna. Jada said D, onomatopoeia. Yes, I think you meant to say D, Brianna. It is D. It's in fact D. It's an onomatopoeia, the sound ones. So we can imagine how the crash sound, right, Jada, how the crash sound sounds. The advertisement ends on a note, which what? Makes an appeal, gives assurance, prompts acceptance, or seeks to persuade. What do we say for 58? It ends on a note. So read the last paragraph. At Highland Tours, the choice is yours. Whether you're the adventurous type or you prefer to a more laid-back tour, just give us a call and let us know. What do you say? The answer is no one? This one is hard. What do you think it is? Try. We have 1 minute to finish up. Come on, we can do it. 15 minutes above, but we can do it. You say B. Yeah, man. When I doubt in yourself, the answer is definitely B. It gives assurance. B is the answer. Not really seeking to persuade, but just giving assurance that, you know, whatever type you are, you will surely be catered to. 59. The advertisement seeks to persuade the reader mainly through the use of what? Neat sugarcane fields, picturesque little copses. Right, precisely. Imagery. Lastly, the advertisement is directed at explorers, mountaineers, tour guides, or foreign visitors. Excellent. The answer is in fact D. Well done, guys. We've finished 3 paper 1 papers. Wish to have done more, but that is how it is sometimes. We're going to now break and come back at 2 or 2:05 thereabout. So maybe you got 20 minutes break and then we'll start paper 2. You can also take the time, invite your friends or whoever need to come. You can send them the Zoom link and we start ASAP at 2:05. Everybody clear on that? Awesome. All right. Take a quick break. All right, are we all ready? Are we all ready? Talk to me. Put in the chat. Is there anybody here? Brianna is here. Brianna alone here. Ready, Elena. One more. I just want one more ready and then we'll go. One more ready and we'll go. Brianna, Elena. Brianna said ready. All right, fine. Let's go. I guess Rachel will catch up. All righty. So we're now about to start the paper 2 session. So let us begin. Let me stop sharing screen for a bit and open up the paper 2 document. Okay, so manage it back. Let me share screen. All right, I'm going to hand over to Janan to start us off. Janan?
Okay, welcome back everyone. All right, having concluded our paper 1 session, I hope we were able to pick up on the trends that we see happening on our paper 1s. Because guess what? In the first half or the first section, we can see where they have been testing us on our grammatical errors. We have been seeing where they have been testing us on our comprehension skills, how well we are able to analyze and find the main points in our extracts. And then to top it off, we have our advertisements or some other extract of the sort. All right, so now we're going to dive into our paper 2 session. And between myself and Rowan, we thought it was best to make this a session where we give you tips on how to tackle paper 2, because in reality, we cannot write questions for you. We cannot start stories, the necessary things that they need for paper 2, we cannot do that and give it to you. So this session is going to be very to the point, helpful, and it's going to be very interactive. Yes, Brianna?
After this session, after you giving us tips, is it possible that I could send you my essay that I practice writing for one of these for the paper 2?
Okay. You're breaking up a bit, Brianna. Can you repeat that, please?
After this session, is it possible that I could send you guys a paper 2 that I did on my own?
Yeah, man, sure.
Sure.
Okay. Thank you.
No problem. Okay, guys, we're ready to begin. About the exam. Remember, we're doing paper 2. The paper contains 8 questions and is divided into 4 sections. You must answer 1 in section 1, all parts of the questions in sections 2. So that's what I've been question 2 and 3. And then we're going to answer 1 question in section 3, 1 question in section 4. And as we progress, as we go through the slide, you realize the types of questions they ask in each section. So section A is really geared towards summary writing. Right? This is where some of us fall short. But it's imperative that we get the points, get the tips, and we tackle this in paper 2. As you can see, it's worth 30 marks. All right? Summaries are usually in 120 words, nothing more. Can't tell you if it's anything less, but ideally 120 words. Not 121, because trust me, here at the university level, word limit is very, very important. And you sitting this exam is very important as well. So probably we've been doing classwork and we get away with a 5-word extra. Please don't test it out that way in this exam. Remember, All right. So content, 10 marks. Language use, 10 marks. Organization of content, 10 marks. All right. So always seek to get 10 out of 10 for each section. That's about it. All right, moving on. How to write a summary. Now, I'm sure many of us have our study guide. So basically, we're not telling you anything far from the truth or far from what the examiners expect of you guys. So here's a little acronym abbreviation I came up with. It's PRRFC, right? P is preparation. R, rough copy. R again, revision of rough copy. F, fair copy. C, you check. Never forget, all right? All right. So the suggested time given to us is 35 minutes. And here's a breakdown on how we can utilize those 35 minutes. A clock should be placed in every classroom where you can monitor the time, because as we know, the smartwatches and so forth, they're not allowed in the exams, based on what I could recall from my time 10 years ago. So for preparation, we need to read the full package to gain an overview and work out how the different parts are connected. All right, don't isolate them, but rather connect them. And this usually takes up to 5 minutes. Just to skim through the paragraphs or the extract they gave you. All right, then we have our rough copy. All right, at the rough copy stage, we identify keywords and use these to summarize key points in each paragraph. This usually takes up to 10 minutes. You know, these are estimated times. It can be more, it can be less, but please try to capitalize on the time limit or the time breakdown that they have given us. All right, so we need to make a list of the key points to be included in the story. Insert connectives to link your key points. All right, and in everything you do, please pay attention to the topic. The topic can bring back to memory maybe general knowledge, right? So for instance, the term, for instance, I give you an extract on water. We know what water is. We use water every day. So we can use our general knowledge to help us in our summary writing as well. So it's important that we expand our reading scope, expand, you know, watching the news, doing etc., reading our newspapers. Newspapers are, you know, a tad bit boring, but we have it on our cell phones and we just utilize it. It's really just a button away. All right. Revision of rough copy. To stay on track with your word count, reread and eliminate unnecessary repetition and details. Now, when we are sending a text message to someone, especially if it's a lengthy one, when we're finished, don't we always go back to the top and reread and make necessary grammatical changes?
Yeah.
Right. So this is what is expected. So you really don't have any time to write it, put it down, and then go to the next section, then go to the next section, and then expect to come back to this section. In exams, time is so, I mean, you think Barry Allen is controlling the time. It finishes quickly, run off. You wonder where the time went. All right, so fair copy. Write your summary, organizing and linking your key points. So it's usually like a 1 or 2 paragraph thing, right? And then we need to check, as you said before, check your word count, your grammar, make necessary changes if needed. And as we see, we have a time allotted for each section. So preparation, 5 minutes. Rough copy, 10 minutes. Revision of that rough copy, because sometimes you read, I was like, oh, I'm putting this, and I'll move on, we'll reread to see how well it connects. All right. So the revision of rough copy, 5 minutes. Fair copy, 15 minutes, and 5 minutes is dedicated to check. All right, and we suggest that we do all steps in this section before we move on to the next. All right. All Yeah, so in case we haven't, touched the key points on summer writing, I know that some of us want maybe an in-depth explanation, some of us struggle with summer writing, and as soon as you summarize something, it's like 5 other lines come up in your head and say, no, man, I need to put in this, and not every point is important. All right, so we have a video here that will definitely explain it thoroughly because we don't want anyone to be losing any marks in summer writing, because this is something that we've been practicing for a while. But of course, some of us struggle from time to time. Of course, one topic will be good for some, other ones will be a little bit harder to deal with, but we'll definitely make this work, all right? So grab your snacks, guys. It's going to be a little lengthy, but it's worth the watch, all right?
Good day and welcome to the Tobago House of Assembly's Division of Education, Innovation and Energy's e-learning program. Today we're going to be looking at CSEC Summary Writing for English A, and I am Kimmery Richardson Thomas, your presenter. Our objectives for today as we look at summary writing are that at the end of this session, students will be able to identify main ideas of a given text, delete examples and data in a given text, recognize repetition in a given text, organize content logically and concisely, and summarize original text using identified main points. So let's take a look at some information. What is a summary? Essentially, a summary is a shortened or condensed version of an original text or passage. It aims to share the main idea by eliminating irrelevant details. The tone of the original piece must be maintained by avoiding opinions, and reported speech and present tense are used. When you're writing your summary, essentially, you want to be able to filter out information from your general passage so that you are able to eliminate your examples, supporting details, lists, main ideas, comparisons. You filter all of these from the extended passage through the process of your summary writing so that you're left with your relevant details and your main idea. There are 6 steps for summary writing that we want to pay attention to that should guide you in how you go about writing your summary. When you're writing your summary, you want to be able to find the main idea. And for CSEC purposes, you're normally asked to identify 5 main points. And you're going to see how to extract those. Secondly, find the supporting details. Then you want to write summary sentences. Number 4, combine the main idea with the summary sentences. And 5, you will reread and edit. And 6, check the final draft. Now, even when we look at these 6 steps, this is when you get into the actual process of writing your summary. But always remember, the very first thing that you do is to read your instructions, because that is going to tell you how long your summary ought to be and what it is you're being asked to summarize. Because sometimes the information to be summarized could only be found in the last 2 paragraphs of a 5-paragraph passage. So our first step, really, find the main idea. You want to read the passage the first time for understanding. And even as you're reading, pay attention to your suggested time limit. For summary, there's a suggested time of about 40 minutes, and you really want to stay within your time frame. So you read the passage for the first time for understanding. During this time that we're doing more of our teaching online, I want to encourage you to really spend some time reading, so as you do this, it can help you to build your vocabulary and enhance your understanding of information that you're reading. So you read the first time for understanding. Ask yourself, what was the passage about? Now, if you're having problems trying to identify what the passage is about, scan the passage to see which topic or which word appears most often. This is likely the topic of the passage. After you've been able to identify who or what is being spoken of the most, then you want to be able to figure out what is being said about that topic. You read the passage a second time because you want to get your main ideas. What is the overall point being made about the topic word? You need to be able to see the big picture being presented by that passage. What is the topic word? What is the passage about? What can you identify as being that word or that person or thing that is prevalent throughout the topic? And then what is the big picture being presented about it in the passage? This is the main idea of the whole passage, so you need to write it down. And you want to be able to keep some notes, and you have a notes section in your exam. You identify that main idea, what is being said about that topic. Avoid irrelevant information. These are usually the elaborating details which support the main idea. I came across this analogy, this acronym some time ago, and I want to share it with you. And it says more feds. More feds is one way to help you identify what are those elaborating details that can be found throughout your passage that you're going to want to eliminate when you are trying to get to your main idea. So let's look at what the more feds are. More feds, when you read your original the second time, mentally or physically with a pencil, exclude any of the following: minor details, opinions, repetitions, examples. These here represent your more. Minor details, opinions, repetition, examples. If you see any of these in your summary, you want to remove them. Take a pencil, cross them out. Our feds would be examples of figures of speech, evaluations or conclusions that are being drawn, if you have dialogue or quotations, and where you see statistical data. So we have our more, and these are our feds. These have to be eliminated when you're writing your summary and when you're identifying the supporting details for your main idea. The second step to writing our summary, you want to find those supporting details. Supporting ideas are used to develop, explain, or expand on the main idea. So, while you're skimming through the passage or quickly reading through, because you would have read it a second time, so you're skimming through now for the third time, look for the supporting ideas by reading over the opening sentences of each paragraph. Underline the topic sentences in the paragraph and the key ideas in them. So for each paragraph, you want to be able to identify what is that key sentence, what is that topic sentence in each paragraph that you're getting to. I want to say that when you look at a summary, for some students it may seem daunting because you're looking at an entire paragraph, an entire extract that may have 5 or 6 paragraphs. I like to eat meat. I like beef. So that sometimes I say some of these things are like eating a cow. But at no point in time will you sit and eat an entire cow. You take it in sections. If I check how many times I've had beef in my life, I've probably eaten quite a few cows. But if you're going to take the summary, think about it in that way. Take it piece by piece. Because sometimes if you look at the entire thing, you may feel overwhelmed. So start off by summarizing paragraph by paragraph, and you're going to get there. So when we find the supporting details, take each paragraph. When you skim through that third time, look for the supporting ideas by reading over the opening sentences of each paragraph. When you find those topic sentences, underline them, and then identify what are the key ideas for each of those, remembering to eliminate more feds. Then you're going to take the third step. you write out those summary sentences. So after you've eliminated those irrelevant information under our more feds, then you're going to take your topic sentences from each paragraph. So after you've read the passage for a third time, write 1 or 2 summary sentences for each paragraph, describing the main idea that you see expressed by that paragraph. If you see yourself repeating the same ideas, you will need to read the passage again to get a clearer picture and then revise your summary sentences. So you want to make sure that you're not getting repetition or you're not saying the same thing more than once. And you're going to write that out, write out those summary sentences for each paragraph. Then you combine the main idea with your summary sentences. You're going to join together the main idea that you identified earlier. What is the topic about this passage? What is being said about it? And then you take your summary sentences and you combine them using transitional words and or phrases. Students, it's very important for you to do some additional research on transitional words and how to use them. These are very crucial elements in your writing and the development of your writing skills at all levels of your academic journey. There are marks allocated for the identification of transition words in your writing, and especially if they're used properly. So you want your transitional words or phrases, and these transitional words do 3 things when you use them in your summary. They give your summary a sense of being whole, not just a group of unconnected sentences. In some years gone by, we would have observed, especially when marking for the exam, some students may not have understood what was required for summary writing, and they wrote their summary as bullet points. This is not acceptable. You have to ensure that you complete your summary in complete prose. It has to be written in complete prose, and the transition words help you to create that wholeness to the points that you would have developed. So you want to be able to have something that's a whole and not just a group of unconnected sentences. Secondly, transition words also make your summary flow smoothly when it's being read. And thirdly, they reinforce and support the main idea being expressed in the passage. Do not neglect your transition words. These are examples of some of those words that you can use, and each transition word can fall into a different category and can be used for a different purpose. You have transition words for emphasis, for addition, contrast, and for time. Remembering too that you have a time limit, not a time limit, a word limit to adhere to for your summary, and you do not want to fill your summary with a lot of transition words that are unnecessary. Keep your transition words relevant and necessary. The 5th step for writing your summary would be to reread and edit. Again, you're paying attention to your time limit. You're going to reread and edit, if necessary, the summary to make sure it is clear and to the point. Eliminate repetitive words, too many descriptive words, and non-essential sentences. Then I want you to make sure that you pay attention to the word limit. And I'm going to put this here. When I am marking summaries, if the word limit is 120 words, the first thing I do is to count the number of words you have in your summary. I count every single word. When I get to 120, anything that is after that, I cross out. It will not be read. And your instructions actually indicate that. Anything beyond 120 will not be counted for any mark. Unfortunately, many students who go over the word limit may have important information in the extra that they would have written. It means that those important details will not get counted. Whatever you do, always ensure that you stay within your word limit. Never exceed the word limit. I want to stress that. For summary writing, never exceed the word limit. You want to, as far as possible, use your own words, have all of the relevant information, Complete it in time and stick to the word limit. The final version should read like a whole sensible piece of writing. And always remember to check your spelling and grammar. Did I say stick to the word limit? Stick to the word limit. And then 6, your final draft. You want to check your summary against the author's original. See if the information that you have in your summary matches content from the original without all of the extra information. Have you correctly described the author's main idea and the essential supporting points? And you want to make any necessary adjustments or changes to your summary. This is your final draft, and you want to be able to have this ready to be submitted and graded and marked. So we want to take a look at how you go about doing this, and we're going to do some more detail. I want to encourage you, even from now, in our next class, we're going to pay attention to really how we develop this for summary writing. So let's look at
Okay, guys, we're back. All right, so I really do hope that the video actually summarized everything that we're supposed to know and that we're clearer on the topic of summarizing. Is that so? Did it help? Okay, awesome. All right, now we press on. But to summarize the entire video, it was a lot. Oh, it helped a lot. Nice. So based on what she highlighted, 1 is to find the main idea. 2, find supporting details. 3, write summary sentences. 4, combine main idea with summary sentences. 5, reread and edit. And 6, check final graph. All right. So now we move into section B, which is a comprehension section, basically. All right. You'll be asked to read and answer questions on 2 separate extracts. All right. So after it mimics the form of paper 1, in that they give us the extract and we answer the questions that follows. All right. The only difference is that with the multiple choice paper, of course, they give us options to work from. But for this section, paper 2, we write what we think. All right. So 1, we're asked to identify and appropriately select literal detail. Right, sorry about that. 2, infer meaning based on the detail in the passage. 3, candidates should give special attention to every word used in the question. 4, answer the question clearly. 5, answers should be precise and to the point. 6, try as best as possible to use your own words from what was gathered from the extract. Lifting paragraphs from the extract will award you as 0. All right. 7, use quotation marks if you are taking words or phrases directly from the extract. So if line 1 says, the fox jumped over the bench, do not just put it there and, don't quote it. You need a quotation mark to support that. Yes, I left it out. And what would help is that you would put your lines beside it. Because I don't know if you recall that in your paper 1s, when they ask us a question, right, they refer us to lines. So lines 15 to 16, what is this word about? What is that now? They account for where they took the lines, the phrases, the words, etc. All right. All right, so let us practice or extract. Now, this is a paper from June 2012. All right, so what we're going to do is read the extract and then we answer the questions assigned. All right, pay attention to the suggested time there as well, 40 minutes. So let us begin. A red blur covered his eyes as he ran. But halfway down the block, a sharp pain under his ribcage stopped him. He doubled up and leaned against a tree. He waited for the pain to pass, but it only grew sharper. His breath pushed out of his lungs in painful spurts. He could feel the pulse beat at his temples. Sweat broke out through his pores, wetting his shirt, which clung to him. With difficulty, he unbuttoned his shirt so that the breeze found his bare chest. He waited. Minutes went by. A bird chirped in a tree. He heard the flow of cars on the street behind him. The red blur lifted. His breath ceased. At last, the pain stopped. Imamu looked over the darkening tree-lined street. What was he doing here in this strange land? Far away from New York, far from everything he had ever known, a stranger on foreign turf, Brooklyn. He bit his lips to keep down the tears. What had he been doing in the house with those people? What did they have to do with him? The tears kept pushing up. To stop them, he hissed loudly to the tree. What the hell was that chick talking about anyway? Imamu flattened himself against the trunk of the tree and closed his eyes, glad that the leaves on the branches bowing over him were full enough to screen him from passers-by. Slowly he let the scene at the dinner table replay through his mind. He saw Mrs. Ainsley playing for time so that he could get to know the family, and they could get to know him. Mr. Ainsley trying to try her with her round face and gummy smile. He looked long at her face. He saw her bright eyes flashing her intentions of being pert, of being smart, open, letting her thoughts hang out. He sort of liked her, like the fact that she didn't keep anything hidden, unlike Gail. All right. So we usually see the questions looking like this. The question and how much marks they're worth. And based on the marks assigned, you will definitely know what to write, how much to write, where to pull your information from. All right. So we're going to go through this activity actually. Starting with question 1A. What caused Imamu to stop running? So this is where we type in the chat or open our mics, but we're going to participate in this session because we can't do it alone. So let's give a quick glance over the extract again. Okay, Jada is saying asthma attack or panic attack. All right, we can assume that. But what exactly? Let's go back to the question.
I think Jada's answer was a bit too detailed. Try and just like linking it right back to exactly what was stated on the paper. Yeah, literally, right, literally.
All right, a sharpening under his rib cage. Excellent. Okay, for question 2 or B, what effect does the writer achieve in paragraph 1 by using short sentences? Pay attention to the marks, it's 2 marks. So let's go back to paragraph 1. What effect does the writer achieve in paragraph 1 by using short sentences? Okay, generally when we use short sentences, what does that imply? Why do we use short sentences? To build up suspense for the readers. Anything else?
Yeah, man, you're correct. So as Jonathan was saying, just to build up the suspense, to emphasize how serious the situation can get. Another word for that is just to create tension, create emphasis, as I said, grab the reader's attention, right? It can help presenting clear ideas, just telling exactly as it is, right? Those are some of the reasons as to why we can use short sentences.
Oops, my mic was muted. All right, let's look at the next question. Which sentence in paragraph 1 indicates a contrast between what Imamu is feeling and the atmosphere of the natural environment? Now, remember we said before, we need to pay attention to the literal details. Anyone? Does anyone wants to try? Attempt. All right, let's go back to the question. We can see a contrast there. Let's go back to the question once more. So it's saying which sentence in paragraph 1 indicates a contrast between what Imamu is feeling and the atmosphere of the natural environment. All right. So which line is that, Jada?
But remember, Jada, in this case, I understand about the verb circle. Let me move actually. Right here it said with sentence. So we need one whole sentence, not just two fragments of sentences, but we just need one whole sentence that contrasts both how Imam was feeling at the time and the environment, right? So we need one sentence that basically sums up both the feelings of Imam and the natural environment. Can we look at perhaps the line right above line 6, line 5? It says, with difficulty, he unbuttoned his shirt so that the breeze found his bare chest. You see how that one is outlining that, you know, he was undergoing some stress because with difficulty. And it also indicated that he was somewhat hot because, you know, it wanted the breeze found his bare chest. So you can also imagine that the environment is windy or that cool enough to kind of cool him down. So we get that contrast between how he was feeling at the time and the natural state of the environment or the atmosphere. A bit clearer? Or you see it? Right. So we just need one sentence that basically summates both his feeling as well as the natural environment. All right, we're seeing that. Great. That's how detailed this exam will be. So we have to pay attention to those details of paper 2, right?
Definitely. All right. The next question, it says, apart from the short sentence, what literary technique does the writer use in paragraph 2 to show that Imamu is reflecting on his experiences? What literary technique does the writer use in paragraph 2 to show that Imamu is reflecting on his experiences? So paragraph 2.
Could we say rhetorical question?
Any takers? What do we think? Paragraph 2. Let's look back at the question. It says, what literary technique? So just keep the literary techniques in your mind, metaphor, simile, personification, onomatopoeia. Let's keep those fresh in our minds, right? So we're looking at paragraph 2. I'll say, okay, jump into paragraph 2. Which one do we see? Focus on the punctuation marks first, right? The punctuation marks. So here it is, rhetorical question. So the writer uses various rhetorical questions to show that Imam was reflecting on his experiences. Let's see let me find an example. Far from everything he had ever known. What was he doing here in this strange land far away from New York? You know, what did they have to do with him? It's littered with rhetorical questions. So you can find them almost everywhere. So that is the answer for D.
All right. Question E, or letter E. It says, identify one emotion which Imamu experiences in paragraph 2. And part 2 is saying, quote an appropriate expression to support your answer. So if he's feeling happy, you state, and then you use the lines to support. So what emotion is he feeling in paragraph 2? And then let's find our lines to support.
Yes.
Just Get me somewhere. And some other emotions. And how will you support that emotion, Jada? And what line is that? Remember, we need our lines to support. Okay, so so lines 8 to 9 says the red door lifted, his breath seized, at last the pain stopped. Imam looked over the darkening tree line street. What was he doing here in this strange land far away from New York? All right. We see Elena here with sadness. What lines would you use to support that, Elena? He bit his lips, keep down the tears. And that can be, we can jump on a limb and say that was fair as well. It seems like he was flooded with so many emotions at one go while he was at that dinner table. So he was just really reflecting on a past event that happened.
And there are even a few more that we can even highlight. We can find in public nostalgia, where it says, far from anything yet ever known. So probably a bit homesick. Any anger from there, where to stop them, he hastily over at the tree. This one, other one that you can highlight. So don't be afraid to just highlight them other ones.
Right. All right, so let's move on to F. Why does Imamu ask himself several questions and replay the scene at the dinner in his mind? This one is a tad bit tricky. Okay, so we're seeing an answer here. Memory of comfort and memory of a place he knew. Right, because we can see where Imamu is currently in a place where he's not familiar with, people he's not familiar with either, but he's in the process of getting to know those persons. How did he get there? Memory lane, maybe? All right. Any other responses? All right, so that's basically it within a nutshell, all right? So let's move on to G. It says, quote the sentence which indicates that Imamu thinks he understands her. And we can see hints of this in the last stanza that begins with slowly. He let the scene at the dinner table replay. That stanza. He mentioned perk in lines 17. Right? So then we can go ahead and quote lines. Let me see something.
It's lines 18 to 19, right? The ones that speak about he saw her bright eyes flashing.
Basically describing her features.
Right.
All right, and the last one. Why was Imam running away? Someone said it before, you know. This was trying to look in the chat. Jada earlier implied that perhaps Imam was experiencing an asthma attack or a panic attack. All right. So we can see hints of that, I don't know, red blur, maybe well, we can see hints of is him being extremely sweaty. Go back to the extract, please. Everything is in the first stanza, I believe. His breath pushed out of his lungs. Waited till the pain passed. He could feel the pulse beat at his temples. Clearly, something was overwhelming him. Right? So that was basically it for H. So in the second half of the comprehension section, or section B, we're now exposed to a poem. All right? So the same thing applies, the way how we had to read between the lines, try and interpret what the writer was doing. It's the same thing we have to do for poems, comprehension, any extract that they give us, right? So let's read this one. This one's a rather simple one. It's short, simple. So carrion crows. Yes, I have seen them perched on paling posts, brooding with evil eyes upon the road. Their black wings hooded, and they left these roosts. When I have hissed at them, away they strode, clapping their wings in a man's stride, away over the fields. And I have seen them feast on swollen carrion in the broad of day, pestered by flies, and yet they never cease. But I have seen them emperors of the sky, balancing gracefully in the wind's drive, with their broad sails just shifting or again throwing huge shadows from the sun's eye to brush so swiftly over the field's plain and winnowing the air like beauty come alive. All right, so this was an extract from West Indian poetry. So let's look at the questions that follows. All right, the same thing that we have been experiencing prior, the same thing we're going to be doing here. So A, to whom or what does the pronoun them in line 1 refer? And bearing in mind, guys, we need to pay attention to our topics as well. They have a lot in helping us figure out context clues. So who was it them we're referring to in line 1? The crows, exactly, the carrion crows. All right, and carrion means the king flesh. All right, so carrion crows. B, identify 2 words or phrases in the first stanza that the poet uses to create an image of the birds. So we have a general idea that crows are black, or whatever may other colors we've seen them, but they're personally black. We know them to be black. So line 3, what is line 3 saying? They're black wings hooded and they left these roosts. Okay, that's one. One more. What about line 2? Where mentioned is brooding with evil eyes upon the road. Can we agree with that? Uh-huh. All right. All right, let's move on to the next question. Which 2 words in lines 4 and 5 does the poet use to give human qualities to the crows? 2 words. Human qualities, right? Clapping is one, great. And in that same line, in the latter part of that line, yes. That's right, Elena. His clapped, yes, Jada, clapping. And we had stride in that same line of line 5, clapping their wings in a man's stride. Strode. His member, humans tend to hiss their teeth, their came teeth. Oh, rather, yes, that's correct. So hissed is not one of them, that's true. So it's really clapping and strode or stride. Yes, that's correct. All right, next question. Okay, where are we now? All right, D. Explain the effect which the poet achieves in his description of the scene in lines 6 to 8. Over the fields, and I have seen them feast on swollen carrion in the broad eye of day, pestered by flies, and yet they never ceased. What are we trying to create here? So we can see where the effect of imagery. Wait, let's go back to the question briefly. Explain the effect which the poet achieves in his description of the scene in lines 6 to 8. What effect? What is he trying to show us? Right, imagery. We're trying to paint a picture of how scavenger-like these birds were. All right. All right, so E. What do lines 7 and 8 show about the crow's attitude? Pestered by flies, and yet they never ceased. It's really implying that they're determined hunters, right? By nature. They don't give up. Opportunistic, they're probably patient, right? Because for some of us, once we're eating, obviously, flies on our food, we're not going to eat that anymore. But because of their nature, because they're carrion crows, remember carrion means decaying flesh, right? Crows are known for eating, decaying animals and so forth. But they're still determined, they have to eat, don't it? So you can just look at that as being determined hunters by nature. All right. F, persistent or determined, right? Why does the poet use the word but in line 9? But I have seen them emperors of the sky. Exactly. It's showing contrast, Elena, that's correct. Presents a contrasting view of the crows to those presented in lines 7 to 8. Right? It's contradicting the first stanza, that's correct. All right. G. What different attitudes does a poet show to the carrion crows in lines 1 to 8 and lines 9 to 14? It's basically the same thing. We're showing contrast with how nature or genetics deal with crows. They're known for eating decaying animals, and that's just their nature. However, the way they soar through the sky, right? And they use other descriptive words to show how gracious they look in the sky. What is right? So in the first half, it's probably like a disgust. Eating food with flies and they still carry on. And in the latter part, we're showing where there's admiration for the birds. All right. Thank you, Jada. H. Quote one example of alliteration from the poem. H. Alliteration.
So you have that. So remember that when they speak about the alliteration, they speak about the right. First on
failing folks. That's correct.
Excellent.
So the latter one. Okay. Quote one example of metaphor from the poem. All right. So let's go back to the poem. One example of metaphor.
Again, now let's ask ourselves what is figure of speech? As I said, is making a comparison.
Remember we did some earlier, right? So let's look at line 5. Clapping their wings in a man's stride. Would that be an example of a metaphor?
Yeah.
We can give wings to emperors of the sky as well. But the main one we're looking at is clapping their wings in a man's stride. All right.
And as Jada did, she use the quotation marks, but don't forget it, okay? Very key when you're taking stuff. Right. He compared to the man's stride and how the scrolls are flying. And the emperor of the sky could have compared a king, a human king, to the birds being recognized as a king. So anyone can work. All right, guys, now we're at section C, and this one is the expression section, and this one talks about writing a short story or description. And you'll be really given 3 tasks to choose from, 2 of which will ask you to write a short story, and 1 will ask you to write a description, right? So you read all 3 options and choose the one that best suits you. So that's all on you, depending on what you want to do. Good? This section is worth 35 marks. You'll be awarded for 1, content, relevance, and coherence of the story or description. And the second being organization and attention to detail. 3, correct and effective use of language. And lastly, it's normally between 400 to 450 words. I don't know if they changed it over the years, but that's what we meant as. Now, briefly, you must write in standard English. You must write in standard English. Please don't forget that. However, dialect may be used in conversation if you choose to write a short story. Okay? So there's nothing wrong if you choose to write a short story and you probably want to throw in a 1, 2 part of words. That as long as you use the quotation marks and if it's kept a bit minimal, it's good. Good? So now let's analyze how that takes form. It can be in this form, right? Again, we can't really provide you with how to answer. Well, not really how to answer, but the answer to this. But I'm just showing you how it will look, right? Again, it is all on you guys. How do you want to express yourself? Good. Now let's take this for example. Now in your answer, you will be assessed on the use of the stimulus provided. The stimulus is normally the picture. How do you use of the picture? Good. Developed and organized the content of your essay. Use language appropriate to your audience. Again, the standard English. And use appropriate grammar, sentence structure, paragraphs, vocabulary, spelling, and punctuation. Guys, those last two are critical free marks. Good? Those are where your free marks lie. Just make sure that everything is in order. Make sure that when you read over, your grammar is perfect. You're not having to worry of, oh, did I lose marks in there? You're supposed to go into this this section with the last 2 points secured, right? Ensure that your grammar is on point. Ensure that the sentence structure is logical and it flows. Ensure that your paragraphs are indented. Don't forget to indent. Ensure that your vocabulary, your spelling, make sure if you're meant to write stationary, the pencil and the pens, it's ERY and not stationary as in position. So it's like stuck. Good? That is where your marks lie. Now, in this picture, you can describe many things. All right? But this is where I want you guys to talk to me. Let me give you an example for this one. Right? This is just a plot as to what the story could be about. Say, for example, this one is a hurricane that happened. Very powerful Category 5 hurricane that happened. And this was in an underdeveloped country, you know, probably seeing the unfinished buildings and such. Right? Again, I don't think CSEC changed from giving black and white to color. But I'm going to show you the black and white image that you'll be getting. So become accustomed to getting black and white images and assuming where you put in your color and so. So you can describe it as the aftermath of a devastating hurricane, claiming the lives of how much, you know, and such. But you now have to present the picture. How well do you utilize the picture? You're seeing a lot of rubble, right? You're seeing a lot of broken down stuff, broken concrete on the floor. But most importantly, we're seeing a young child sitting on a tile with a baby in his hand. That can tell you many things, many things. It can tell you, one, he lost his parents. It can tell you that he can't find his parents, and that's his younger sister or brother. And then it develops something along that line. You can even make it out to be that the boy is homeless, or probably after the mother did something, or she gone away, left them, or the mother. You formulate your story. Something happened to the mother, and the child was left alone with the baby child. If them can't find the mother, something to that effect. They can't find the mother now. The child is there alone with the young child. And now the young child needs to further studies to help raise the young child. Many scenarios that you can come up in your head, but I want to hear some from you. Tell me something. Elena, Brianna, Ariana, Dalicia, Jada, anything that you think would have you know, been about this aspect. Because there are many things that you can talk about, really. Many things. What do you think would have been one of the best things? Let's see. An earthquake came. Oh, and that would have been an even better explanation. An earthquake and where he lost his parents. Okay, Jada. Anything else? So you're saying that an earthquake came and it would be awesome if we could have an, well, no, let me not say it would be awesome to have an earthquake and a tsunami. In this case, it could be that there was an earthquake that also brought along a tsunami. That could have happened as well. Washing away all his livelihood because, you know, that could have happened. It could be he rescued the child. It could have been a case where, you know, it wasn't even his sister. He was found a baby about to drown in the waves. This is where your creativity explodes on the paper. This is all you. Parental neglect. There's so many topics that can come out of this. I was thinking about a war between two even nice. So good, right? You're saying that even now you can use in contemporary times, the Israeli-Pakistan war. You can use that, you know, and to show off your how versed you are. You can show off how learned you are or how up to date you are with contemporary issues, contemporary international relations. Things like these would say, oh, but them know something. Yeah, use up your knowledge. So you can say, okay, following the aftermath of how much are decades of war, yet still persons are scavenging to find, you know, food, water, shelter, clothing, and then you can even describe the young boy now. A picture taken by passers-by showed an image of a young boy named XYZ holding a baby that's not even his relative. However, he rescued him. It could even be the tale of a rescuer, as someone said. Right? It could even be the newspaper company publishing this person as a brave person. There's so many ideas with a short story. But again, it's an either or. So if you're not so comfortable or if you can't find enough supporting and also it is important that you find the information that you're going to write on before starting. Ensure to have a blank piece of paper like this one. Blank piece of paper where you write down what you want to talk about on the paper. What do you want to write about? Because without that, you run the risk of not being able to fully develop a plot or even a climax. You run the risk of even not being able to organize properly your paper. That is just some of the downsides of the short story. However, if you have a rough draft, right, of what is going, well, what you're really going to write about, it will greatly help. I promise you. So again, if you're not so comfortable writing the short story, there you can also do a description. This description are someone put in the chat. Can you start your story with that? Of course. It was 1977 when country X fired 3 nuclear bombs at the country, or when they, or even if you want to do a personal flashback, you can even use that story as a personal flashback, right? You can say to yourself, well, there are many ways to really start a story, right? You can use, you can just start it as how it is. You can use a flashback, as you said, and it will be really good to use a flashback as well. You can use this as him as a young boy, reflecting his experience, remembering all what happened. Probably this is him. You can use him as a narrator, right? Can be about a man who came from a third world country, then rose to success. You can even use that. You can say that that is him now, right? And but if you use that instance, Jada, what you have to do is focus a lot more on the journey to the success, and let the success be like, yeah, on his life basically. Focus a lot on his life and a very little on the success, because again the picture doesn't show as much success, if you get what I'm saying, right? So focus more on the journey to the success. You can talk about undergoing war, hurricane, whatever it is. That is where you allow your creativity to again just explode on the paper. However, be mindful of the 400 to 450 limit. Good? Right. Just be mindful of the 400 to 450 limit, because if you exceed it, then you run the risk of them not reading it. And trust me, that hurts. After you put 550 words on it and they don't read it, it hurts. But you have to stay within the lines. Good? Awesome. See that we're getting it. Good. Now, let's look at this one. Write a story on this. So again, as I said before, if you're not so comfortable writing it on a picture, you can write it on this. Write a story which includes these lines. Now, guys, let me tell you something. A lot of persons do somewhat the opposite and exclude those lines, but write a story based around those lines. Do not do that. Please, you'll run the risk of almost failing. And trust me, you've come too far now to lose it right here. So the instructions are clear. Write a story which includes these sentences. He looked, he wiped his eyes, he looked again at the screen and was sure he was not seeing right. No, he screamed, it is not true. And as John said, yes, guys, sometimes it is really beneficial to watch how these Netflix shows and movies organize themselves, organize the plot, organize the climax of the story. That is how you develop your high point in the story. Good? Now, even here we say he looked, he wiped his eyes, he looked again at the screen and was sure he was not seeing right. No, he screamed, it's not true. What many persons love to do, they love to include it first, do it first. Put it at, let that line be the beginning line. Nothing wrong with that. And then you can develop whatever you want to do to afterwards, right? That is all on you. If you want to use it as the first line of the first paragraph, totally fine. If you want to use it in the middle, totally fine. If you want to wait it on the end, even better. Look at it like this. If you write something excellent, like very well, right? And you save those lines at the end, just that line. Can somebody tell me what that is called? Anybody will get what that is called? Getting a credit. What is that? Like read that line, or those lines, I should say. And what do you call that at the end of the whole story? Think about it. It leaves room for suspense, a cliffhanger. Excellent. That would have been so good. So good. Think about writing a story where there's so many things you can come about with this. Say a boy named John, right? And he has a best friend named Tommy, right? John and Tommy go out and go to the beach. However, let's say, them say a massive tsunami coming at them. Well, it won't be this fast, but again, you would put in your fillers and such. Massive tsunami coming. Then you hear the sirens going off. Guys, use up the imagery, use up the senses. You hear the thundering clap of the waves hitting against the seashore. The turquoise waters suddenly became brown. So, something to that effect, right? The waves growing in height. Yeah, use up the scenery. The blue sky suddenly becoming black or grayish in color. And when John looked, and then John, well, he looked, and in amazement, he looked. He wiped his eyes. He looks again at this. Well, oh, it won't be a screen at this case. Okay, it won't be a screen. But something, do you get what I'm saying? Like, try to develop something around it to create some suspense. As like you want the market to say, no man, I'm gonna call him and ask him what the other part of the story can we need that. Some you know, you're getting it? Something in that line. You want to get the reader's attention. For this one, it could be a story of how a man lost his sight, or he saw that his missing friend was involved in a homicide while browsing on his computer. Perfect. And then right under that, you can say he looked, he wiped his eyes, he looked again at the screen, and he was sure he was not seeing right. No, he screamed, it is not true. Bam, leave it there. That is where the examiner says, I need to what? I need to read more. Let the examiner crave for your paper. He could be watching the news and saw a plane crash on which where his parents were. And just like that, you can suspend, like you can have a whole day planned around that. And then him come home after him tired. After he's tired, he comes home. And he comes home and then only to hear the jarring news, the devastating news. On the TV, he looked, he wiped his eyes, he looked again. Look at that. Or even the case of a vengeful best friend. Come on. So many things that you can think of. Let the imagination run wild. And all you have to do is put the pen to the paper. All you have to do. The last option is a description, guys. As far as the eye could see, there were long lines of people from all over the neighborhood heading down the hill towards the town center. Follow one stream of the crowd and describe what you saw and heard as they walked, and describe in particular what you saw and heard as the stream reached the destination. Now, again, guys, you cannot say that you wrote a description without appealing to the senses. If you reread the description that you wrote and you find that you barely or not at all, if you're barely or not finding any sensory description at all, you're in trouble. You cannot write a description and have nothing to appeal to sight, nothing appealing to hearing. Well, I don't think it needs taste really, but what else is there? Touch. You cannot write a description without appealing to the senses. Now look at this. The examiner already puts you as the writer in the scenario. The examiner tells you to follow one stream of the crowd and describe what you saw and heard as they walked, and describe in particular what you saw and heard as the stream reached the destination. Now look at this. Look at this. As far as the eye could see, there were long lines of people from all over the neighborhood heading down the hill towards the town center. Now let me tell you one thing. If you realize that the examiner gave you that, stick to it. Write a description around it. Again, this is not story writing. Well, yeah, technically story writing, yes, okay. But again, write something around exactly what the examiner told you to do. So if the examiner says as far as the eye can see, where there were long lines of people from all over the neighborhood, make sure to include Master Granny from beside the road, eating the mango and heading. Lots of imagery. Lots of imagery. And the examiner even tells you what you saw, what you heard. And don't be afraid to include what you smell, what you touch. They're not going to explicitly say to you, include those as well. They want you to include the two, yes, but it is your free will, and also it is your marks as well to add them on to get the marks, to get the good marks at it. Now you're realizing that there is some mega event, mega situation that happened. Probably could be a crash. I know that well, there are other Caribbean countries, but Jamaica in itself, we know that we're a very inquisitive set of people, right? So we head towards danger in this scenario, right? You want to put it that, oh, 5 vehicle car crash, for example, and you can describe the screams of mothers realizing that it was their son, something to that effect. There's so many things that you can add to this just to make it perfect. And as I said, the examiner puts you in the scenario. Don't talk about Johnny, don't talk about Mary, don't talk about Philbert. It is you. You are in the situation. I heard this, I heard that. This is where you use the I. I couldn't believe my eyes at the you understand what I'm saying? Put yourself in the situation, because the examiner tells you to follow one stream of the crowd. Describe what you saw and heard as they walked, so that it's so your description is supposed to comprise of two main things. You're describing as you walk, and you describe as you reach, and you're describing the destination. So basically 3 descriptions. So are we understanding so far? Yes, no? Right, the first person point of view, right. That is where you put yourself in it and describe whatever it is. Describe how it smelled. Describe the day before. Well, no, not the day before. Well, you can, but not too much. Just let your imagination run wild. And again, put it on paper before putting it on the real paper. Okay? Again, I'm almost sure you can ask for paper, right? I think you can ask the examiner for extra paper to make your jottings and such. Don't carry any paper in the exam. Right? That is where you let your imagination run wild, let your points flow, and let everything just be ordered. Okay? That is for, I hope I covered that quite extensively. All right. Now let's look at section B, which is the expression section. And this is where you're writing an argument. Now, for the debaters, or for those who love to debate a certain point or talk about a point or share your views, this is your section, right? Your 35 mark section. Yes, the examination paper is quite lengthy. However, if you organize yourself properly and manage your time properly, it is more than doable. Good? Now, you will be given 2 tasks to choose from, right? Choose one out of the 2. Both tasks invite you to give your own views on a particular subject. It's important, however, to stay current with regional and international news. As I said before about the Israeli-Pakistan conflict that they could use, there we go. Read both tasks and select the one that best suits you. This section is a 35 mark section, and points will be awarded for one content with regard to quality of the argument and comment. Now, they don't want any weak points. They want strong points that can either support or go against the the given topic. The second one is organization and appropriate linking of ideas within and between paragraphs. Speaking of which, learn to utilize your transitional words. Firstly, secondly, lastly, thirdly, fourthly. Use up your transitional words. You need them. Number 3, correct and effective use of language. Guys, I can tell you, vocabulary will be tested here. But please don't become a malaprop. That is where you use words and you don't know what it means. Good? So what I can suggest is search up some words that are used in debate. Search up some words that are used in descriptive writing, and then learn how to apply them to whichever situation. Good? This section is usually 250 to 300 words. Just give your views. That's all you need to do. Give your views. Don't overthink it. Use your language to persuade the reader. At the end of the day, you want the reader to be totally confident that your decision is correct. Right? Make the reader feel undoubtedly, right? Undoubtedly that the sky is blue. Right? Probably they think that the sky is orange. Give them all the facts. I'm not expecting you to say, oh, in a study done in 1999. No. I'm just saying, use your persuasive techniques. Use up your similes. Use up your metaphors. Use up your personification. Use up those to persuade your reader, persuade the potential opponent, right? Or when it's not blue, persuade them. Yes, that is how you get the point. Persuade them. Let them feel as if, whoa, I need to rethink. I need to really rethink if I'm seeing correctly. Give them no chance for error. Give them no other debate. And they can even say, one may argue that. That is very powerful. It just kills their point, and then find another point to back up that. I can say, oh, this calculator is black, but one may argue that it has gray sides. Therefore, its coloration is mixed. There are many things to debate about because, again, my way of seeing things might not be your way of seeing things. And that is what makes us human. And that is why we have debates. And that's why arguments occur, really. Because I might say this as black, but I'll say somebody might see it as gray. And again, it depends on how, and really and truly, who has the more convincing argument. If I tell you that, if I tell you that this calculator is black, and John and tell you, no, it's gray, who would you more likely believe? If I tell you, this calculator is black, but John says, no, it is gray, who would you more likely believe? And all right, John tells you that it is infused with neon and sulfur and XYZ that might give it a blackish grayish color, however more gray. But I tell you, no, mommy did tell me say black, so it's black. Who would you more likely believe in that scenario? Let me see. Who would you more likely believe in that scenario? When it not be persuaded, it would be good if you guys can debunk an alternative point. Debunk the alternative point. So again, it just comes, really and truly, it's who has the more convincing argument. Who sounds more knowledgeable about the subject sometimes? Who do you think has more knowledge on that? And it's one may argue that the calculator may be different in color. Just use up your persuasive techniques. That is what gives you the points. Let's look at this one. Now, this section says, in your answer, you'll be assessed on clarity, organization, development of your argument. That is where the greater the marks lie. So if this is a 35 mark breakdown, A would have been worth around 25 marks. And B would have been around 10 if they're gracious. Those 10, you're supposed to secure them. The grammar, sentences, paragraphs, vocabulary, they're just basically giving away points right there. So feel confident in yourself, knowing that B, you've already secured 10 marks. All you have to do now is secure the 25 in clarity, organization, and development of your argument. Now let's look at them. Number 7, we do not need to be concerned about global warming or climate change. The environment needs no help from us. It can take care of itself. Write an essay either supporting or opposing this view. Now, first, what I want to know from you guys, what stance do you take? Do you support or do you oppose?
Oppose.
Do you support the view or do you oppose the view? Let me see. Oppose. Okay. All right. Delisa and Jada, tell me why not oppose. Why do you guys oppose to the view? Oh, Delisa, tell me why you oppose.
Sir, I'm a person where I really love the environment. I love animals and plants and everything. And I try my best to learn about the environment and global warming. And what is going on in the world today is where the colder regions of the earth are getting warmer, which is not supposed to be happening, which is signs of global warming. And that is not good for the planet because the more ultra sun rays come into the planet, it destroys our plants and everything like that. And it also is bad for the animals as well.
There's so many things that you can talk about opposing it. Can bring about extinction for extinction, right? Extinction for animals. And even we can think about it also, as I said, guys, it tests your contemporary knowledge, right? Your current knowledge as to what's going on in the world. I don't know if well, I can speak about Jamaica. The ban on parrotfish, right? The ban on parrotfish. And many persons don't know this, but the parrotfish would it excretes sand that takes care of our beaches, right? And without this sand, we'll have a lot of coastal erosion that we're experiencing. I think it's what Hellshore is experiencing a lot of coastal erosion right now. And also they protect the coral reefs. And again, without the coral reefs, we can expect a lot of high tides and it breaks the amount of waves that can come in and such. So again, there's so much to talk about. Link one point to another. And you can say others may oppose that parrotfish are abundant resources. But you can talk about even the recent ban. I think what was it, lobster? I remember reading a feed an Instagram post by, I think it was the Observer, that the police recently locked up some, well, no, not locked up, but I think they found some illegal lobster being catched after the season was closed, right? And you can also talk about how hazardous overfishing can be. And you can talk about the factories leaking out oil into the ocean because the disposing methods are poor. You can talk about the littering. There's so many things that you can talk about. Many things to talk about if you oppose. Well, if you support, I don't know, does anyone support this? I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to be your personal view to support it or your personal view to oppose it. It's just which one can you find more information to back. So if you want to support it, ensure that you have information. If you want to oppose it, ensure that you have information. Tourism destroys many aspects of, can I tell you? tourism doesn't, the whole industry destroys many aspects of wildlife. You think about even as a result of tourist attractions, places like Dolphin Cove and such, where that have dolphins practically captive, right? But it generates profit, yes, but at the expense of wildlife freedom. One may argue that they're doing it for preservation, but really and truly, is it really preservation when they can't mate or when they can't experience the ocean, or you understand what I'm saying? What happens when there's so many things to talk about, right? Due to the improper disposal of plastic food sources such as fish will be unavailable. I'm almost sure them say by 2025, I think something about the fish, being almost GMO basically, right? And it honestly it can happen. And there are many points that you can use to even support it, guys. Many points that you can even use to support it. So again, it depends on where or which stance you take. Let's look at the other question. If the youth today appear lost, then the previous generations have somehow failed in their responsibilities to nurture their own offspring. Now, I have so much things to back this. I saw a video today where I think it was around like some 6-year-olds on a motorbike, literally smoking. Around 6 or 7-year-old smoking. You saw it as well, yeah, man. I couldn't believe it. I could not believe my eyes. Could not believe my eyes. And guess what? No. We could even use it for this. He wiped his eyes and looked on the screen. I'm not sure what. No, but for real, I couldn't believe my eyes when I saw it. I couldn't believe my eyes because when I saw it, I was shocked. And this sentence supports my view. If the youth today appear lost, then the previous generation have definitely failed. Definitely failed. And you can say it is really our fault as to why the now generation is looking like this now. The current generation. It is because of our I'll just term it basically as our recklessness as to why the current generation is as it is now. And you can say one may argue that they can't do anything to stop negative influences. There are many things that you can do. You can even say that the government has a role to play in this. You can say it stems from parenthood. You can even say that the parenting in Jamaica. You can mention some statistics if you can find any. You can say that many of the Jamaican households are matriarchal. You have a lot of mothers alone in the household, and then because of many what do we call it? Many offspring not having a father figure, this would have been the result. So you can say that there needs to be a call for fathers. You can even talk about school. You can talk about the internet. There's so many things that you can talk about. And if you choose to support this view, well, wait, it is support or oppose. If the youth appear, then right, it's oppose, supporting. If you choose to oppose this view, you can say that the previous generation have nothing to do with the youth. But then again, you have to basically weigh out the information. Which one do I have more to support? Which information can I use more in this scenario? And that is how you formulate. And again, write down your points. What do you want to touch on? Because remember, it's an essay. So if you have 3 points, write 3 paragraphs, 100 words each. Or as a matter of fact, like remember, you need to start off with the opening. And you need to state your stance. State your stance. I agree with the given moot. Well, that's what I'm debating. Or if you don't want to say moot, you can say topic. M-O-O-T. That's the word. M-O-O-T. So if you don't want to given moot, you can say the given topic. That if you if you support it, you say I support this view, or I'm in agreement with this view. I totally disagree with this view. Whichever or I oppose this view. Whichever stance you're taking, make sure to clearly outline that stance. Don't wait for the reader to say, okay, yeah, man, I think he's doing that, because the examiner don't want to think or assume anything. They want to know for sure. So ensure that you outline exactly what you're going to do before you tackle it. Are we clear on that? We're clear on that, guys? Awesome. Now with that, guys, that is really the exam. We've been on for 7 hours. Wow. Can't believe it. 7 hours. Now, this is really it. Are there any questions? Any questions that you might have had from paper 1, paper 2? Because we're about to wrap up now. Oh, we're wrapping up before time. That's awesome. We started a bit late. Any questions? Yes, no, maybe so. Everything is clear. Okay. So if there are any questions, feel free to send in the WhatsApp group, or you can either text myself or Jonan. And very clear. Awesome. Jonan, you have anything else to say or touch?
Hello again, everyone. Thank you so much for coming out in your numbers. And thank you to the active members in the chat. Because trust me, you guys kept us on our P's and our Q's. You guys have been participating non-stop. And trust me, we have giveaways for you. Your participation was greatly appreciated. And you'll be recognizing that in short order. So, this is really a wrap for the English, as Luan said before. Tomorrow we'll be having another CSEC session, which is geared to math. I'm not sure how many of us registered for either one or both, but as you can see, this is the end of English. And tomorrow, same time, we will be having math. All right. So is there anything else you'd like to ask, say, feedback? Yes, ma'am, the link will be sent in the group. Everything will be sent in the group. Is everyone a part of the group? Right? I'd assume so.
Oh, what advice can you give to persons who have a wild imagination that they cannot completely on? So let me tell you something. Having a wild imagination is not all that bad. Trust me, having a wild imagination is not. It's actually very good. Actually, it means that you're very creative. However, I heavily suggest that you write down your points, so you don't go off topic, and that you also follow the instructions. About grammar, that is just practice. Get a pen and paper, practice your grammar points, practice your writing, practice everything, and you should be on your way. You all clear on that? All right, I'm assuming that we're all tired. I know 7 hours was a bit, hard, but I know for a fact that once we just work hard at it, I know that I'm expecting to hear some distinctions very soon. So keep it up, guys. For those who participated in chat, for those who were active, I'm not sure that everybody here participated. So thank you guys for participating. Thank you for coming out in your numbers. And we hope that you continue to strive for excellence. Thank you for coming out. We thank NJF for this opportunity. Guys, don't forget to follow and such, and follow Instagram, follow the Instagram pages, everything else, the YouTube page. So you can, and if you want to rewatch the session, it's about to finish now on YouTube, the live session that is. So it's supposed to be posted within 5-10 minutes after we end the session. So don't worry about it, guys. Enjoy the rest of your day, enjoy the rest of the week, and continue studying hard. Again, if any questions, you send it in the group, or if you want a private message, no problem. And that's really it for this session. So guys, take care and be safe. Livingston, thank you so much for helping out and such in the meeting and in the Zoom, right? Thank you.